All right, let's get this stuff going here. Oh, what's up, everybody? How we doing today? Oh, it's Happy Monday for some of us. I guess it's happy. It's usually my day. Well, not day off because I do all the streaming stuff on Monday. But it typically is a good time. It's typically not too bad of a day for me. We have lots to talk about today, you guys. Lots to talk about. Plus, I'm going to be trying to jump onto PrimeCayes Panel at the end of the show. We're going to do a long stream today. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah. So, how's everybody doing? Hopefully you're all doing all right. Trying to get this light working there. That's good. That'll work. Maybe. There we go. So yeah, we got lots to talk about today. We're going to be talking about inflation because that sucks right now. And it's not going to get better anytime soon. We are going to discuss Marjorie Taylor Greene and how she got owned on a live TV program in her own state, where she just got accosted by callers on call. It's gonna be fantastic. Hey, what's up, Har? How you doing, babe? Let's see here. We've got oh, we're gonna do some fun stuff today, guys, because I don't want it to be all doom and gloom. I don't want to be so doomer all the time, right? So we're gonna do a OKI strange weird videos today, or weird stories. So Oki's weird stories, and we're gonna talk about a video where entitled "The Feds Told Him to Chase Aliens." I have not seen this yet. It should be fun. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be a good time. Then we'll probably go over a Jubilee video as well as a second thought video, which I have lined up as well. Also want to give a Russia update. There's some stuff going on there. We're going to talk about how Elon Musk is a piece of shit, which is sad because I used to like that guy and then found out how stupid he was. We're going to talk about the Freedom Convoy. This stupid shit that people are doing. And then, yeah, hopefully we'll get into some video games. We may play some Nobody Saves the World or something like that before I go on to the PrimeCayes debate panel. So, busy night. Why don't we go ahead and drop that intro? All right. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, having a pretty good day so far. Can't complain. Keep forgetting to do things though. Forgot to take my pills. I'll probably jump up at some point and grab those, just real quick, because it's important to stay on top of your medications, folks, if you have medications to take. It's not something you should skirt out on. I try to do that as much as possible. I try to stay up on it. But we're going to get right into things here. Let's talk about inflation. So how many of you out there are noticing that prices on everything are going through the roof? That it seems like groceries are insanely expensive, gas is insanely expensive, We have all of these things that supply chain issues and things like that that are going on that are making things worse. Electronics are more expensive, like fucking potatoes, man. Like like everything that used to be all right, like cheap and stuff, is just skyrocketing in price these days. And there are reasons for this. And it's causing some anxiety within the population, not in just the US, but around the world. So we're going to go over this subject a little bit. I did want to talk about this first article, which is basically just talking about a Gallup poll of Americans and what let's see here. Yeah, talking about Americans and what anxiety is being caused by inflation in general. So, or by the massive inflation. It's not just your regular run-of-the-mill inflation. So let's go ahead and take a look here. It says Americans expect inflation to persist over next 6 months. So more Americans expect several key U.S. economic trends to continue in the direction they have generally gone over the past several months rather than to reverse course. This includes the predictions of rising inflation, rising stock values, and declining unemployment. So here's the thing with this, guys. So these things are kind of connected. So what we're seeing is inflation is rising, but so are stock values. So those things are kind of tied together, right? You know, it's getting very, very hard for the American people to sustain themselves with their salaries and things, yet and the economy shot, yet the stock market keeps raising in price, and like everything's raising up in price. There's hardly any way that it's going to stop, it seems like. So yeah, it's a little bit of a dichotomy there. And then declining unemployment. You would think that people were less worried about inflation because of declining unemployment, but the fact is that the minimum wage and wages in general are so ridiculously low in this country and so stagnant that it makes it very hard for people to make ends meet. And so there's a lot of economic anxiety right now in the whole thing. So nearly 8 in 10 Americans expect inflation to go up, including half who anticipate it will increase a lot. A similar percentage of U.S. adults, 78%, expect interest rates to rise. At the same time, Americans are more likely to predict the stock market will go up, 46%, than go down, 29%. And more also expect unemployment to go down, 43%, than to go up, 34%. The January 3rd through 16th poll was finished before major stock increases fell the week of January 17th. The public is evenly divided on whether economic growth will increase or decrease. So here's the numbers here on this poll. Let's make this a little bit bigger here for you guys. So as you can see, this is what people think is going to happen. So 79% of people think inflation's going to continue rise either a lot or a little. 10% think it's going to remain the same. 9% think it'll go down a lot or a little. Obviously, those people are not paying attention to what's going on. So I did want to go over the reason that this may be the case, which is something that was recently covered by AOC in an interview. So let's go over this real quick. I just want to...
You know, today, I'm sure you saw, what happened with the stock market. They said it was because of COVID, but there was lots of talk about inflation. So I want to talk about the fears of inflation. President Biden pushed back assuring Americans that the price increases that they've seen hitting their wallets are temporary. Now, last week you questioned the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell and expressed concern over prematurely raising rates and what that could mean for marginalized communities. What are your biggest concerns over inflation, Congresswoman?
Well, here's the deal with inflation, is that if we do not get the root cause of these price increases right, then policy decisions could be made that could really negatively impact your life, boost unemployment, and again, increase interest rates. And we do not want that. So it's really important that we get the diagnosis right into what's going into these price increases. When you look at
And that's true, because if you go in one direction than the other, you may screw things up even more. It's a definite possibility that this would happen.
what actual prices are going up, it's in very specific sectors. If this was an overall inflationary issue, we would see prices going up in relatively equal amounts across the board, no matter what the good is. But we know what's getting expensive. Things like the cost of lumber, items like cars.
Buying wood is expensive right now. Really expensive, which is making the cost of building houses and things like that go up as well, among other things.
Whether they are new or used, and other sorts of items that rely on shipping and shipping containers coming in from overseas. These are very sector specific, which means that these are due to supply chain issues. That means that we don't have enough ports.
And what did I say? Supply chain issues. So this I had spoken was a couple days ago about the chip shortage and things, and how the supply chain issues are affecting that and affecting food costs and things. And then we've got climate change, which is also affecting food costs, which is why you're seeing a double reason that food costs is skyrocketing.
That can accommodate all of the backed up ships that are trying to come in. It's because we don't have enough computer chips that are produced by just a handful of factories in the world that go into these vehicles, which are then causing a rush on used vehicles. And it's because of all of the,
which does what? Makes the price of used vehicles raise because there's such demand for them.
On demand to build and to remodel homes during lockdown. And the reason it's important for us to understand that is because the solution to that is, guess what? Infrastructure. Yeah. We need to put in more money and more funding so we expand ports so that we can add resilience to our supply chain. That's what we can do if we get it right. We actually support these infrastructure investments and make sure that we protect not just the size, but potentially make it bigger. Right. Now, if we get it wrong, if we say this is inflation, that this is an inflationary trend, etc.,
And the reason that people are saying, hey, this is an inflationary trend, the reason that people are saying this is oh, well, if that's the case, then we need to cut government spending, which is the exact opposite of what we need to do right now. What we need to do is we need to build up our infrastructure so that we can fix the supply chain issues. We need to build up things like manufacturing here domestically so that we can make sure that we have things like computer chips just in case like China blockades Taiwan or something, which makes 80% of the chips out in the country, in the world actually. So these are they're two polar opposite problems, and if we legislate policies to choose one or over the other, to choose cutting spending over building infrastructure, we're going to have a big problem on our hands. Way worse than we're seeing right now.
What's going to happen if we get it wrong? We put policy pressure and political pressure on the Fed to increase interest rates, which will drive up the rate of unemployment, which is the exact opposite thing that you want to be doing in such a fragile state of our economic recovery post-COVID. Okay. So that's why it's so important that we get this right and put the politics aside.
All right,
Yep. So we got some problems going on there with inflation for sure. It's something that's just, it's going to ruin this country. It's gonna hurt us really badly if we don't do something about this soon. Let's see here. I just want to look up, let's see, rates of inflation on food. Okay. I wonder if we can find a graph here. Now, this says right here that food at home prices rose 3.1% from January to November 2021, while food away from home prices jumped 4.2% in the same 11-month period. Those who eat at home can expect food prices to increase another 1.5 to 2.5% in 2022, closer to historical averages, while food prices away from home expected to increase 3 to 4%. That's insane. Let's take a look and see what they have been doing for the past 10 years. Food price inflation past 10 years. All right, so here we go. We can kind of look at here. So here's the graph here. So let's say from 2010 or 2012 was $471.18. That's 2.61%. So this is below our calculations of equivalent buying power for food over time. For $20 beginning in 1913, each of the amounts below is equivalent in terms to what we could buy at the time. So let's see here. 2012. So we jumped in price from, in 2012, $471.18 to $559.82. So let's see what the increase between, let's see here, 2010, 2012, and 2002. So 355 to 442, or 471. Okay. These prices are jumping like crazy. So if you look at like say 1980 here, 174.90 to, we'll say 1970, we'll start 79.01 to 1980 is 188.57. So that's gone up $100 to whereas it's almost $200 now. So prices are jumping higher and higher for food costs as we go along, and it's getting and not only that, but wages have been stagnant since the early 2010s, right? So if inflation's going crazy and food prices food prices are going up, but wages are staying the same, that's going to cause a big problem. It causes food insecurity, it causes poverty, so on and so forth. It's something we really, really, really need to pay attention to, because it's if it gets to the point where people are spending 10% to 20% of their weekly salaries on food, then we're going to have a catastrophe on our hands. Derpshot says, I'm not a fan of her, but she's not wrong. She conveyed a lot very quickly and clearer than GOP did. This is very true. Yeah, she had some good points there. I'm critical of her too sometimes. I don't like some of the things that she's done recently as of late, but I do think that she's way better than a lot of than all of the Republicans and most of the Democrats as well. We need to shift some manufacturing here. That's exactly the thing. Is like what I was talking about the other day. And we need to make sure that we're building factories here for the chip shortages. We need to figure out other means of building other than lumber, because lumber's through the roof right now. Let's see here. Mike H. Esquire, this is pure comedy. Why don't you talk about central banking? What does that have to do with the inflation? This has nothing to do with what we would just discuss that, Mike. That the inflation isn't being caused by your normal run-of-the-mill running of capitalism. What's being caused right now is because of supply chain issues and the fact that we're attacking the wrong problem. And you're doing the same thing in your comments here. So, good luck with that. Oh, man. Yeah, it's definitely something we need to take a note of and to continue to watch. I just know that it's been much harder to feed my kid lately on the same amount of money as it was, 3 or 4 years ago even. So it's a difficult time in society these days for those sorts of things. All right, we're gonna move on from that. That's enough sadness and doomerism. Let's talk about something fun, huh? All right. This I thought was hilarious, by the way. Because it shows to me that, well, first of all, it's funny watching somebody who's a complete grifter get owned on live TV, but also because it shows that people are actually paying attention and getting the right ideas in their head when it comes to our politicians, and they're listening less to the bullshit that's being fed to them so that Republicans can manufacture consent to ruin our lives. So Marjorie Taylor Greene just recently went on a show locally in her state. Just to go over this a little bit. Polarizing Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene faced criticism from some of her own constituents during a Wednesday radio and cable TV performance when a caller to the program deemed her an embarrassment to the state of Georgia. Goddamn. The moment came while Republican lawmaker was participating in a call-in episode of the local TV show Night Talk. Among the listeners who called in the program was one who was no fan of the 47-year-old Greene. I just want to say thank God for Joe Biden. I'm sure she loved to hear that, one caller said, adding that Greene felt Greene was an embarrassment to the state of Georgia. Gosh damn. So, you know what? Rather than read through this whole thing, why don't we just go ahead and look at the videos ourselves, huh? This is going to be fun. So this is some of the highlights from her appearance on Night Talk.
Yes, I just want to say thank God for Joe Biden. She is an embarrassment to the state of Georgia.
Oh, look at her face, man.
Well, we all have our opinions.
Amen to that, and I've got mine.
All righty, thank you.
Well, all righty. I bet when they screened that call, they heard the accent and were like, "No."
Oh shit, that's so funny. Oh, we're gonna use TYT's video here, but we're just gonna cut to the videos themselves.
Trump for 4 years. You all refused to accept Biden. You refused to do it. And maybe we didn't like Trump, but he won, and so that was it. You all are not, you will not accept the fact that Joe Biden won. And that is the whole thing.
Will somebody answer the fucking phone? Jesus Christ. That's just bad production when you can hear a phone ringing in the background. Like, have somebody answer that goddamn thing. I know it's a call-in show, but Jesus. Like, put that shit behind some glass or something.
You're not going to accept it. You're going to keep on and just peck. Yeah, and you won't get anything done. If you're not going to respect the man and realize that he's the president, you're not ever going to get anything done.
It's like being scolded by grandma, huh? This is great. This is great. And I can tell she's an older lady too, which makes me kind of happy because, like, you know, she's not being accosted by some young kid that they can just dismiss, right? This is somebody who's much more matriarchal than she's used to dealing with, I would assume.
You've got to work together, and you are not doing it. You're not
She's fucking hating this, man. Hating
doing
it.
it. And neither are the other Republicans. They're just going with Trump. No, he didn't win it. He didn't win it. And wasted all the money in Georgia to have to count the votes 3 times because he said he won and he didn't.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Let's see here.
Our platform is doing nothing. It's angering people. It's getting into fights.
Does she have a response on here? All right. Well, that was some of it. Anyways, so we're gonna look into the article a little bit more here. Whew. So we read that out or listened to that, how she said she refused to accept Biden as president and how that's ridiculous. So that's great. She's also so Marjorie Taylor Greene has also said the election was stolen from Trump and alleged that Biden lost the election. No stranger to headlines, Greene has made courting controversy part of her political brand since before being elected in 2020. Since taking office last January, she has amassed nearly $50,000 in fines for not wearing a mask on the floor of the House of Representatives. She's a patriot, right? Patriot. Let's get all these people sick. And she's previously been known for perpetuating baseless conspiracy theories on social media, including supportive statements about the far-right QAnon movement. That's how she got elected, guys. That's not bug. That's a feature. She for her crowd, anyways. You know, she got elected by spouting that nonsense. Last year, Greene was stripped of her committee assignments due to her embrace of conspiracy theories. Earlier this month, her personal Twitter account was permanently banned, and she repeatedly violated the social network's COVID-19 misinformation policy. Her congressional account still remains active. Twitter is an enemy of America and can't handle the truth. That's fine. I'll show America we don't need them, and it's time to defeat our enemies. Right. So yeah, I thought this was a fun little thing to talk about, because it's to be honest, like, that lady needs put in her place. Like, she needs to be told that she's basically helping. She's got a hand in destroying America, basically. She's helping spread misinformation. She's helping spread lies about the election. She's eroding our democracy, and she needs to stop. That's just it. She needs to stop. It's ridiculous, and we need better representation than that in Congress, for sure. So yeah, we're got a couple of short segments to start off. I don't want to bore you guys too much with some longer stuff. You know, I did go into Russia and Ukraine for quite a while the other night, so I thought I'd go and do some lighter things here. But let's see here. Oh, okay. So I used to be a pretty big fan of one Elon Musk. I was amazed that he had started this company that was going to democratize space and like allow people to travel there cheaper, and that electric cars were, you know, here, and they were going to save the planet. And he was kind of funny with the blowtorch, and that's when I started noticing, okay, well, he made a flamethrower. Maybe something's a little off about this guy. And then as the pandemic hit and he started taking to Twitter with his hot takes about COVID and other things, I started to realize that this guy's not as smart as I thought he was. He's probably a bit of a grifter. He's definitely not Tony Stark. And then I started looking into it more, and Elon Musk is basically a stand-in. He's a token. He's the front-facing person who basically, and through either omission or direct words, takes credit for the work that's done by hundreds of people in his company. And he makes it sound as if he's the one who designed these rockets and everything like that, which is just not the case. It's just not the case. He's not a rocket scientist. He's a businessman who's an armchair scientist. But besides that, I just started to realize that he's just another clueless fucking billionaire. As I was watching, the things he was saying during the first parts of the pandemic and on into more present times. So I wanted to go over this story with you, and this just kind of made me throw up in my mouth a little bit. So I figured, my audience are a bunch of masochists. They'll like this too. So Elon Musk says he took his children to watch the common folk hoard supplies in panic. He's right, but he shouldn't say it. I even said this, like people running after toilet paper and freaking out and buying every bit of sanitizer that you could find in a store. It was ridiculous. I mean, if you think like I'm the type of person who thinks that Black Friday is fucking ridiculous and is consumerism at its lowest. But that was a new low for the annals of history right there, as far as this country is concerned in their economics. So let them have their toilet paper. In the world's best example of two wrongs don't make a right, Elon Musk says he took his kids to Walmart to watch the plebeians of the world panic buy toilet paper. Musk made a quip about customers springing to buy paper products during Tesla's Q4 earnings call this week, in which he compared the global chip shortage to the toilet paper shortages that hit during the early pandemic and still plague certain areas. Not even the same fucking thing, Elon. Not nearly the same thing. First of all, the toilet paper shortages and sanitizer shortages, cleaning supplies shortages, those were all caused by panic from the unknown, from panic from not knowing what's going to happen next with the pandemic, and not knowing how to deal with the situation. Why they focused on toilet paper instead of food or something like that is beyond me. Why they did this to begin with is beyond me. I mean, I can kind of understand it. You get into a panic and you try to do whatever you can to secure yourself, right? So it was a crazy thing. Now, the chip supply shortage comes from the actual pandemic, and not only that, but several other things that have contributed to the supply chains basically giving way and all of the holes in them failing. So that's where we're having a bit of an issue with that. It's completely a different thing. One was based on panic, and then the other one's based upon the real conditions that are going on in this world right now. He continues on. There was a toilet paper shortage during COVID, and obviously it wasn't really certainly a tremendous enhanced need for ass wiping, Musk said, according to the transcript of the call. People got every paper you could possibly wipe your ass with. I was like, is this like a real thing or not? I actually took my kids to the HEB and Walmart in Texas. Indeed it was. Musk went on to mock people for stocking up on toilet paper, saying that if the end of the world was truly coming, it was exactly the kind of thing that would help anyone survive. Would help anyone, or whatever. Toilet paper is the least of your problems, Musk quipped. All right. Well, that is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. See, the thing he doesn't understand is that he doesn't have these anxieties. I mean, I'm saying that was irrational. It was irrational for them to go gung-ho and try to like clear everybody out of toilet paper and sanitizer and shit like that. But you can kind of understand where they were coming from. I mean, there was an anxiety there that isn't felt by people in the owner class. Right? So he knows, regardless of if the world's ending or not, he has enough money to, barricade himself from the world, to insulate himself from all of the problems that a regular person would have to deal with. He has no issues that he can't solve with the money that he has, right? So it's kind of ridiculous that he would comment on the anxiety of the common man, of the working class, when he has none of those worries whatsoever. It's bullying at its finest. It's like the kids that used to make fun of me for wearing hand-me-downs in elementary school. It's ridiculous. But on a larger scale and much meaner in certain ways. Wipe yourself. Was Musk being totally insensitive to all of his non-rich people who have to worry about the real consequences of a real pandemic? Yes. It is pretty pointless to stock up on toilet paper. Is it pretty pointless to stock up on toilet paper? Also, yes. But as mentioned, two wrongs don't make a right. It's true that according to WebMD, TP demand grew to 1.45 billion in sales in the 4-week period ending in March of 2020, up 112% from the year before. It's also true that if everyone bought just what they needed, there would be enough to go around and stores wouldn't have to limit how many packages a customer could buy. Additionally, panic buying only exacerbates supply chain shortages, and that all toilet paper is made from wood pulp, a resource we should be trying to use less of, not more, which is what I was saying earlier, that we need to figure out alternative ways or alternative methods of building and alternative materials to use in order to mitigate the loss of trees in this country, to mitigate deforestation and to mitigate climate change, because trees are needed to breathe. It's not some sort of like lie. That's really a thing. There's a reason that they call the Amazon the lungs of the world. Let's see here. Grudgingly, yes, Musk is right, but that doesn't mean he needs to sound so smug. And he does that all the time. He may, be right on occasion, but he's basically completely devoid of any perspective when it comes to the working class people and what they're going through. Exactly. Off time. Yeah, trees need CO2 to live, which is going to help the climate because it's going to suck up some of the CO2, not all of it, because we produce that shit in fucking droves. Like, there's no way for every tree on the planet. If the whole planet was covered with trees, we would still probably produce over the amount of CO2 that they could consume. And they also create oxygen, which is something that we need to live. So this is something that we shouldn't do for trees. And I do think hemp is a good alternative. There's hempcrete, which is a good building material. There's several other things that we can use. We don't have to cut down our living source of oxygen in the world in order to create housing. There's other ways to do it. Let's see here. And then central banks have destroyed markets. Oh, you were talking about that earlier. Well, and so more CO2 equals higher growth rate of trees. That's a ridiculous and just completely illogical statement. Because, okay, so let me put it this way: we eat tacos, right? We eat food, right? So what happens if we eat and continue to eat, and then like food just buries us and we have to eat our way out? Like, I mean, eventually we're going to fucking explode, or we're going to become unhealthy. Too much of anything is bad. Too much of anything is bad. So the trees that we have in this world cannot absorb the amount of CO2 that we're adding to the atmosphere. Like I said, even if 90%, even 100% of the world was covered with trees, it would not take away the amount of CO2 that we're creating as human beings in the industrial society. So therefore, we need to find other ways to generate power as well. Now, for you to say that, it makes it sound as if you're saying that the trees need us to produce CO2 in order for them to live. But this is just not the case. Trees have been around way, way, way longer than human beings, and in greater numbers since we have graced this planet with our presence. So, Heartland Institute says more CO2 is good for the planet. No, it's not. And there's not only, and it's not just CO2 in the atmosphere that's being released. There's several other chemicals that we're adding to the atmosphere that is causing a rift, or causing the ozone layer to deplete, among other issues. If CO2 is so bad for the planet, why do greenhouse growers buy CO2 generators? Oh my God, man. Do you understand, like, that's regulated? Do you understand that that's a regulated thing? We're adding to an already balanced ecosystem with the amount of CO2 that we're creating. It's a regulated thing because they only need so much. It's not just CO2 that a plant needs anyways. And oh man, where are you getting your statistics from here, Off Time? Because I would say that 90% of the scientists in the world disagree with you. He says today's atmosphere only contains only 400 ppm of carbon dioxide. CO2 generators can help raise that level to 1500 inside greenhouses, but it's regulated. You don't understand. It's not just the plants we're trying to save, it's the fucking planet. The plants may be able to absorb CO2, but the atmosphere is being weakened by it because there's an excess amount. You don't understand that excess amount is what's causing the problem. All right? Within the greenhouses, they can be regulated. It's trapped. And not only that, but to be honest, indoor greenhouses and things like that are not as safe for the planet as growing outdoors. That's just a fact. Because of the electricity that you have to generate in those situations and the chemicals that you have to use, so on and so forth. But you're completely off base. Just because a tree will eat carbon dioxide doesn't mean it's going to eat enough to save us from the atmosphere being depleted. All right, you're completely making illogical statements. You need to educate yourself a little bit more there. Anyways, we're going to call that good on the Elon Musk stuff, and just know that he's not the bright bulb that we always make him out to be as a society. The guy's kind of a jackass. All right. How about some fun stuff, guys? Let's get into this. We're going to let's see here. We're going to go over a video about aliens. It's going to be fun. I love this guy's videos. If you guys are not subscribing to him, you definitely should. His name is OKI's Weird Stories on YouTube. And he's brilliant. The last video I did reacting to his content is probably one of the more popular videos I've had on my channel. And I laughed all the way through the goddamn thing. So I'm expecting more of the same here. So let's get into it, shall we? This is OKI's Weird Stories. And the title of the video is "The Feds Told Him to Chase Aliens." Yes. Let's do it.
OKI.
And do give this guy a subscribe, you know, please.
Recently, I watched a documentary called Mirageman, which is about government disinformation campaigns using UFOs as a cover-up for top-secret military projects. The documentary begins with the story of a man named Paul Benowitz. He was a businessman who owned a humidity instrument manufacturing company called Thunder Scientific, which had contracts with NASA and the Air Force. He lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico, across from the Kirkland Air Force Base. In 1979, he began to see kaleidoscopic lights moving in irregular patterns above
I believe I heard something about this, actually.
it. He started to film and take pictures of the lights, amassing 2,600 feet of 8mm film and thousands of photographs. Using electronic surveillance equipment, he recorded electrical magnetism being emitted from above the base. Additionally, he recorded signals using homemade radio receivers with an array of antennas pointed towards Kirtland Air Force Base. Benowitz surmised that he was documenting alien crafts. He was a card-carrying member of the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization and had a keen interest in the widespread reports of mysterious cattle mutilations, which were plaguing New Mexico.
Just curious, guys, what do you think of the like UFOs? I mean, I know like most people think that aliens probably exist since the universe is so expansive and infinite. But what do you guys think of UFOs? I mean, obviously the government has finally came out and said these things exist. But what do you think they are? I mean, do you think that they're government cover-up? Do you think they're actually aliens? Do you think they're interdimensional beings? Like, what do you think these things are?
Mexico at the time.
One of the weirdest activities attributed to aliens is the bizarre mutilation of animals. Scattered stories of carved up livestock and strange lights in the sky date back to the 1890s in the U.S., but it wasn't until the early 1970s that a pattern began to emerge. Today, nearly 15,000 mutilation.
What about cattle mutilations? What's the thing with those? I mean, do you think they're connected, or is this just a hoax or something separate?
Reports have been received.
He also believed that aliens were abducting people and taking them to their deep underground military bases to implant them with mind control devices. He considered Archuleta Mesa, near the New Mexican town of Dulce, to be the location of their subterranean base.
I hear you found a strange object up here. Some people think it's one of our satellites. What is it, a flying saucer?
It's a flying saucer. Yeah, so Derpshot says, they likely exist, but I lean towards the theory that they can't observe us because we're too far away. If they're observing the light reflected by our planet, they might only be seeing the early days or maybe the dinosaurs. Yeah, but what about I'm talking about the actual physical objects that are here now, like that the government has come out and said are a thing, right? Like, are these are actual things? They're real. I mean, they've been documented, and so what are those? See, I think there could be some explanations for these things. I have this weird theory about them being us from the future, but we'll go over that a little bit later.
After a 15-month investigation, Benowitz shared his findings with the Air Force and warned them of an alien threat. Documents gathered via Freedom of Information requests show that Benowitz was visited by 2 Air Force officials.
We are the men in black. Galaxy defenders. Yeah, he got hit up by the MIB.
The important one to this story is AFOSI Special Agent Richard Doty. Doty and his colleague inspected Benowitz's recordings, footage, and photographs.
Bob Lazar's the shit, by the way, Derpshot. Yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos. I like Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind is one that I just recently watched. It's pretty interesting. You know, I don't know how much of it I buy. I'm kind of a skeptic when it comes to this stuff, but there's, it's obvious. I like to think about it, and it's obvious that there's something going on. It's just to the point where, I mean, it's been readily admitted by the government. So.
And reported that they could not determine for sure what Benowitz had filmed, but that they believed that it did not pose a threat to the base. As for the electromagnetic pulses, they wrote that they informed the Foreign Technology Department, which intended to inspect Benowitz's materials. In the end, it was concluded that the Air Force would not conduct any further investigations. Despite this, a meeting took place on November 10, 1980, between Benowitz, several officers, and scientists from the Air Force Base. The Air Force documentation of the meeting reads, Dr. Benowitz presented film and photographs of alleged unidentified aerial objects photographed over Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico, during the last 15 months. Dr. Benowitz also related that he had documented proof that he was in contact with the aliens flying the objects. On 17...
He was in contact with them? What? Okay. Michael says, my theory is that we are quarantined. Aliens know we are a threat to the galaxy, and so they don't allow any communication in or out. I could believe that. It sounds kind of like some of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy stuff. Like, you know, maybe one of these, they're aware of us, but maybe one day they're going to have to build a intergalactic highway just like directly through our planet or something like that. You know, but I've heard that before, that yeah, we suck, and so the aliens are staying away from us and just keeping a close eye on us so that we don't develop to a level that could destroy things before we get our act together. This is a similar idea to first contact situations in Star Trek as well. Derpshot says, I wouldn't expect any reasonable person to take it for granted. Yeah. The drones that are here are only to observe us. They aren't living aliens. They're drones with androids on board. Yeah, that could be a thing. I believe that. I can believe the government has spoken to the drones. They probably warned the government that they would destroy us if we ventured too far before we fix our own problems. Then why is the government still fucking shit up so bad, man? They're like, no, we're not going to. We're gonna fuck shit up more. Yeah, we're going to make all our people hate each other. Yeah, it's going to be great.
In November 1980, Special Agent Richard C. Doty advised Dr. Benowitz that the AFOSI would not be involved with the investigation of these objects. The report also mentions that 2 senators contacted the Air...
Because they're stupid, all governments are stupid. Yeah, I do tend to agree with that too.
Air Force to ask them if they were investigating Benowitz's findings. It states that Special Agent Richard Doty informed them that they would not. Now what you just heard is the official story, one that Special Agent Richard Doty says is not true. According to Doty, Benowitz was not recording aliens like you thought. Instead, he was recording evidence of classified military projects. Special Agent Richard Doty claims that he was assigned to the position of a disinfo agent. He says that he was ordered to encourage Benowitz to continue to believe that his alien hypothesis was correct, in order to conceal the sensitive information leak that Benowitz allegedly stumbled onto.
Well, I worked in counterintelligence. I was a counterintelligence officer, and my job was to conduct counterintelligence operations. And most of those counterintelligence operations dealt with the protection of highly classified projects that the Air Force or other government agencies were working on. For instance, the Paul Benowitz case.
The fucking deep state, guys. Uh-oh.
He strayed upon a highly classified drone project that was occurring at Kirtland Air Force Base.
I think I need a head change for this shit.
Headquarters advised me to protect those projects at all means. And one of the things that I was supposed to do is convince him that what he was seeing was UFOs and not the classified drones. Well,
Right.
you got to understand that Paul Benowitz was already a believer in UFOs. He
Right.
was already an investigator from UFON. So when I went to him and I said simply, Paul, don't you think that what you photographed was UFOs, extraterrestrial? He said, I know they are.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it took.
Doty claims that multiple intelligence agencies were surveilling Benowitz's every move, that Benowitz was given a secret $75,000 grant to continue to investigate aliens.
This is kind of interesting. Do you think, I mean, what? So were they lying to him, or were they just kind of feeding ideas into his head, or were these actually aliens? What's going on here?
That the NSA had set up a spy station in a vacant house right across the street from Benowitz's home. Doty claims that the NSA was beaming low-frequency transmissions that, when decoded with a computer which they supplied to him, would send messages which appeared to be aliens directly communicating with Benowitz.
Oh man, the obfuscation. Okay, so what the fuck is going on here? Okay, so like, do you think that this is a double thing where they're like, he thinks they're aliens, so we're gonna play into that, and then once we play into that, he'll figure out it's us, and then he'll not think it's aliens, but it's actually aliens. Yes, I got it. Sound like a Republican right now.
Furthermore, Doty claims that the government devised methods to ensure that Benowitz focused on Archuleta Mesa and not on Kirtland Air Force Base. Since Benowitz believed that Archuleta Mesa in Dulce, New Mexico, was the location of the underground alien base, Doty claims that they staged the area to look like one. He says that they placed storage tanks, equipment shacks, and fake air vents to drive the point home. According to
Michael says they want to control everything and muddy the waters with disinfo, like how they have agents infiltrate protests to turn them violent. Yeah. Good point. They want anyone to who opposes the status quo to look insane violent. Yeah. And they're probably like feeding this into this guy so he looks like crazy or something. I don't know.
To Richard Doty, they set up searchlights equipped with rotating lenses to simulate the appearance of UFOs in the sky. In 1981, Doty claims that he took Benowitz on a helicopter ride to survey Archuleta Mesa and pointed out the phony structures the government had planted. Then he says that he encouraged Benowitz to consult the aliens which he had been communicating with to find out more. Afterwards, Doty says that Benowitz started to fixate on Dulce.
Were they just like trolling this guy? I mean, it seems like they're just trolling him. Or like, I don't know. Like, it'd be funny if at the end, like, fucking a general pops out and he's like, smile, you're on candid camera. Some shit like that. We got you. You've been punked.
Rather than Kirtland Air Force Base, Benowitz, who was also a pilot, would fly his own helicopter over...
Right? It seems like a lot of effort for one guy. Like, it's weird.
Archuleta Mesa on countless scouting missions throughout the next several years. By 1986, Benowitz's delusions and paranoia nearly destroyed him. When he first started investigating the strange lights in the sky, he was a successful businessman and physicist with a loving family. By the end of his journey in the late 1980s, he was an emaciated, unstable insomniac who had trouble expressing a coherent thought. He kept an arsenal of weapons around him.
They fucking MK'd Ultra'd his ass. They fed him a bunch of weird shit or like something. Oh man, they literally made him crazy.
His home and installed extra locks as he believed that aliens were coming through his walls at night and injecting him with chemicals. He also suspected
trust me, I'll talk about the Canada truckers later off time.
That his wife Cindy had been implanted with an alien tracking device. In August 1988, his sons took over his business after he barricaded himself in his home. He was later admitted to a mental health facility after his family checked him in for nervous exhaustion. He stayed there for a little over a month. Luckily, Benowitz eventually recovered.
I'm starting to get it here. So like these guys were secretly taking him like to look at these things, and he couldn't tell anybody because he's under some sort of like contract not to tell anybody. So he's like, you know, starting to look really paranoid to his family, and he's on phone calls with like government officials who he's actually on the phone with, but they don't think that's the case. They just think it's like, you know, him being crazy. And so then they eventually like fucking put him away for schizophrenia or something like that. I could see that happening, but I don't know why they would do that unless it was actually aliens or they were trying to cover something up.
Covered his sanity. He remained interested in UFOs, but his relentless search for alien life slowed down considerably. Richard Doty claims that he visited Benowitz near the end of his life and confessed that much of the things he told him was disinformation, and that he was ordered to lie to him. According to Doty, Benowitz refused to believe him.
I tried to convince Paul that what he saw was in fact something military. He wouldn't believe me. He was convinced it was UFOs.
Paul Benowitz died in Albuquerque, New Mexico on June 23, 2003. He was 75 years old. Paul Benowitz's theories about an underground base in Dulce live on in popular UFO mythology. There was a man named Phil Schneider who was a former explosives engineer employed by the US government, who claimed that he worked at the base and that in 1979 he was part of a firefight between US military and Grey-type extraterrestrials.
Well, you know, it's crazy. Well, do you think these people like just convince themselves of this stuff, or do you think they actually happened, or what's the deal, man? Like,
when I first heard this story in the
I think Bob Lazar is from Albuquerque.
I found it really compelling. Logically, it makes sense. A UFO enthusiast with access to powerful equipment, since he owned a company that had contracts with NASA and the Air Force, starts to record evidence of top-secret government projects from an Air Force base directly across from his house. Multiple government agencies collude to conceal their classified projects from going public, so they decide to encourage and even to trick him into continuing his wild alien goose chase. In the end, their efforts to mislead him drive him mad. It's a great story, but is it true? Much of this tale comes from two men, Richard Doty and Bill Moore. Now, the problem with trusting anything that Richard Doty says is that he's a fucking liar. Richard Doty's status
tell us how you really feel.
as an alleged disinformation agent has afforded him a career as a whistleblower in the UFO community. He has appeared in countless documentaries, radio interviews, books, and at conventions, all of which have no doubt been very profitable for him. Here's an example of some of the wacky stuff that Richard Doty says.
Did the CIA or one of the agencies lose an extraterrestrial biological entity?
Well, yes, they did. There was an extraterrestrial biological entity that escaped from the holding area out at Area 51.
They should name him Abe or Eb. That's funny. Biological entity. EB?
And what happened? Did we get the EBE back?
Yeah, yes, we did. Well, we got the body back. We recovered the body, but it was in a holding area. It escaped. I don't know how it escaped. And the creature made it all the way up north towards Warm Springs, Nevada.
Were you involved, or were you at Groom Lake at this time?
I was. The only thing I did was I notified some people, and I maintained contact with local authorities.
This guy sounds full of shit. New Mexico, which is where Albuquerque is. Yeah, he's from. Yeah, Bob Lazar, man. That's where wasn't the Phoenix Lights? Yeah, Phoenix Lights. That was a big thing that's happening, going on, or that was going on in the 90s. That made national news because these were crazy fucking things in the sky, and I think they cover that a lot in Bob Lazar's films too.
Just got to know, how do you call the county sheriff there and speak to him about an escaped alien?
No, it wasn't we didn't.
Yeah, Paul's a true story.
Use the word alien.
Right. How do you have that conversation?
Well, we called and advised them that we're searching for a highly dangerous military person who escaped from confinement.
As you can see, he's not very credible. However, it is well done.
Right? Like, that's I kind of want to just go to the Southwest and like see if I can fucking find some aliens, man. That'd be a lot of fun. That's something I've always wanted to do. Ever since I was a kid watching the X-Files and stuff, I was like, I need to find Area 51. I almost wanted to go and storm Area 51 when people were going there and like trying to get into that place. It's like just like Naruto run toward that motherfucker. get shot, probably.
Documented that he was a special agent in the AFOSI between 1980 to 1988, and it's true that he was tasked with handling Paul Benowitz's case. Air Force reports show that he visited Benowitz's house to inspect his research materials, and that he spoke to 2 senators when they called to ask about the status of Benowitz's investigation and if the Air Force was pursuing it, to which he said no. In 1989, Bill Moore, a writer of conspiracy novels such as The Roswell Incident and The Philadelphia Experiment, spoke at a Mutual UFO Network conference. There he shocked the crowd when he announced that he engaged in a disinformation campaign against Paul Benowitz on behalf of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, and that he had done so in cooperation with Special Agent Richard Doty.
It became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government through Doty on the activities of Paul Benowitz, APRO, and to a lesser extent several other individuals.
This guy's full of shit too, I can tell.
Was to be a part of this equation. I also discovered that whatever it was that Benowitz was involved with, he was the subject of considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse him by pumping as much disinformation through him as he could possibly absorb.
His book, The Roswell Incident, popularized the belief that there was an alien crash in Roswell.
That's kind of what I said.
New Mexico in 1947. People hardly spoke about this theory before Bill Moore published his book in 1980. Additionally, his book, The Philadelphia Experiment, was a smash hit. So why would Bill Moore want to intentionally tarnish his name? If Richard Doty is lying about being a disinformation agent in order to enjoy a lucrative career as a whistleblower, then why would Bill Moore tank his reputation in order to aid in Doty's deception? Before we get to that, what exactly is Bill Moore's story? And how did he engage in a disinformation campaign against Paul Benowitz? Bill Moore says that he was first approached by a high-level intelligence official called Falcon, who connected him with Doty. Doty claims that Falcon was with the Defense Intelligence Agency. However, it's never been confirmed that Falcon exists. Bill Moore claims that...
What about the Winter Soldier? Is he hanging out?
Richard Doty offered to give him classified UFO information on the condition that he spy on fellow ufologists and feed them disinformation. He said that he eventually accepted Doty's offer and that his first target was Paul Benowitz. He claims that he was instructed to befriend Paul Benowitz and to present to him a phony top-secret Air Force document called Project Aquarius. This bogus document allegedly contained detailed photo analysis of Benowitz's UFO research material. Now, remember how I said that the Air Force told Benowitz and 2 senators that they were not looking into his investigation? Well, according to Moore, once Benowitz saw the Project Aquarius documents, he took it as proof that the Air Force was actually taking his investigation very seriously. In the book Project Beta, Moore is quoted saying, "My understanding was that Benowitz was expected to wave it to the press and others as proof of what he was saying about an alien invasion, at which point the document would be denounced as counterfeit and Benowitz would be further discredited. According to Doty, he was ordered to pass along..."
Right. I just don't get the reason why they would be doing this, right? Like, there's got to be a reason if the government was doing this, unless these 2 guys are just completely full of crap.
...the document to make Benowitz believe that the Air Force was taking his alien investigation seriously, when in reality they were not. Doty says there were many similar government disinformation campaigns that were performed against the UFO community at the time. These include hoax documents such as MJ-12, Project Serpo, and the Carter briefings. For example, disinfo documents were allegedly shown to cattle mutilations filmmaker Linda Moulton Howe, who says that Richard Doty invited her to Kirtland Air Force Base and showed her classified documents proving that the US government concealed the truth about several UFO crashes. She also says that he told her that extraterrestrials manipulated DNA in primates to create Homo sapiens. Richard Doty says that he was ordered to show her the documents and that they were sent from the Pentagon.
The alien is the Winter Soldier. Yes, I knew it. He's a fall guy, maybe? Michael says they need the public to focus on a single guy who seems legit, but then they prove he isn't, and believers lose faith in UFOs and shut up. Yeah, that maybe, but like that's never fucking worked. Like, people believe something, they get it stuck in their head. They're gonna believe it no matter the fuck what. They're gonna think, oh well, because people don't trust the government either. So it's like,
if this is true, then why would
it would just cause division? Maybe.
the government bother doing such a thing? In the case of Paul Benowitz, it makes sense if they tricked him in order to safeguard classified projects. But why bother slipping fake documents to people reporting about things like time travel, alien abductions, and cattle mutilations? So there are many theories about why this might happen. Some believe that the government is attempting to discredit UFO research by disseminating absurd disinformation. Others think that it's part of a psychological experiment and molding and manipulating people's beliefs.
That could be too. I mean, like MK Ultra shit, like, right? They were trying to figure out psychological warfare or something.
Another theory revolves around the introduction of the Freedom of Information Act in 1966, when thousands of pages of once classified documents were released to the public.
Oh, yeah, they used him as kind of a patsy to convince others that aliens were somewhere around so that they could distract them. I don't know, that seems like crap to me. At the time, they didn't want UFOs public. The people trusted the government back then. Now we don't, because they've always got up to shit like this. Well, yeah, a lot of, but you know what? It's weird. The government like declassifies this shit like all the time now. So is it like they want us to distrust them, or is it like that they're going to come clean with something huge or something like that? I don't know.
UFO researchers began poring over documents and submitting FOAs because they wanted proof that the government was lying to them about UFOs. Therefore, the idea goes that the Russians started to monitor the UFO community in case they stumbled onto any information on secret military hardware or black budget projects. It's theorized that the US government decided to leak silly things like Jesus Christ being an alien in order to muddy the waters and to throw the Russians off. Now, these are all interesting theories, but there's no proof to support any of them. Let's get back to Bill Moore, the man who ruined his career to confess that he was working with the government as an informant and spreader of disinformation. In May 1987, Moore was part of a group of ufologists who circulated supposedly leaked documents called Operation Majestic 12, aka MJ-12. The documents claimed that President Truman created a secret committee to conceal the crash of an alien craft at Roswell, New Mexico, in order.
Yeah, the whole Roswell story, that's well known. Michael says, now I think the government turned a 180 and they want us to be ready for UFOs, maybe as enemies, so we all have to band together like Ozymandias is playing. Yeah, well, maybe, but maybe it's deeper than that. Maybe the aliens are like came to the government and said, you have to prepare your people for infiltration by us, or the blending with us, or maybe we're going to be slaves to them or some shit like that. And so they're trying to create discontent in the world so that we're like fucked up, but then like maybe some information's leaked. I don't know, man. There's just it's dizzying the kind of stuff that can happen. And who knows what the government's up to, you know? I mean, obviously they knew about UFOs and they finally like admitted these things are true. And then it goes dark, it goes silent. We haven't heard anything about it since, really. I mean, there's not a lot of big news about it. Like everybody just kind of went back to their lives and it was in the news for like 3 days. It's weird.
In order to reverse engineer it. And that this committee was controlling UFO information, how it was released to the public, and how the government should deal with it. MJ-12 was later proven to be a fabrication.
Maybe they're trying to fatten us up so they can eat us.
Bill Moore claimed that he found a declassified memo in the National Archives written by President Eisenhower's assistant, Robert Cutler, which mentioned MJ-12. After releasing the MJ-12 document and the supposed memo, the UFO community started to accuse Bill Moore of fabricating a hoax. This was prior to his confession that he was a disinformation agent. In 1982, nearly 3 years before Bill Moore claimed that he and his team were given the MJ-12 document, he spoke to a writer for the National Enquirer named Bob Pratt about collaborating on a nonfiction book together about MJ-12. Bob Pratt said that he insisted on making it a fictional novel instead of nonfiction, as he could not confirm much of the information Moore shared with him. In 1983, Bill Moore allegedly spoke to a UFO researcher named Brad Sparks about the idea of creating fraudulent government documents containing insider information he learned from Doty in order to entice former military personnel to speak out about UFOs and to ignore their oath to secrecy. Sparks said that,
you know, it's kind of weird. Like, did he, like, why would he have, like, seriously, like, ruined his career as an author in order to, like, put that out? Did he know that would happen? If he didn't, then maybe he was just a huckster and thought everybody would fall for it.
That he advised Moore against it. Look, the legend of Paul Bennewitz makes for a great story. One that actually makes a lot of logical sense. But its veracity is marred by a lack of evidence and because it hinges on the testimony of two serial fabulists, Richard Doty and Bill Moore. In the book Project Beta, Doty and Moore both say that they saw magical colorful orbs about the size of softballs hovering near the ceiling in Bennewitz's home. So unless you believe in magical colorful orbs, then it's safe to say that these two are prone to embellishment at the very least.
There were things happening in Paul's life that we later determined wasn't coming from us or wasn't coming from.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would he lie about that? So is it, you know, I mean, it kind of points to it's true then, right? So if he was paid by the government, he didn't need to be a writer anymore. That's what I'm saying is like, so did he come out with the hoax for the government knowing that he was going to get discredited? But if that's the case, if he knew he was going to get discredited by them, were there actually aliens or were there not? Or was this just some kind of giant troll to see what would happen by the government? I don't know. It's weird.
From U.S. intelligence, we didn't know where it was coming from, such as the orb incident that happened in his house, where an orb was flying around his house.
Until hard evidence is presented and more credible
It's a fucking drone from the neighbor.
witnesses come forward, I don't know if we'll ever know the truth about what really happened to Paul Bennewitz.
One of the things that is quite disgusting is there's not much out there that's factual. The UFO community disinforms themselves. They provide, people go out there and write books, and without any facts, 90% of everybody that writes these books, these authors, had never been in the military, worked for the intelligence community.
And they want money, lots and lots of money, and they know they can get it.
Never had a security clearance, and they're just relying on second, third, and fourth-hand information to write a book, and then basically poison their readers and the rest of the UFO community.
If you like my videos, please support me on Patreon.
There's always that 1% though. You know, Michael says the UFO community is 99% bullshit. But yeah, what about that 1% though? The thing is what doesn't make sense to me is like, why we live in a world where everybody has a fucking cell phone and like with 4K and shit, and there's still not a clear image of any of these things. I mean, and the government had them on the radar and stuff, but I don't think that they showed any like actual clear images of these things. It was all like radar images and stuff like that, right? I don't know, man. It could all just be fucking bullshit. They could be just trying to keep us busy so that we don't realize we're in the fucking Matrix and, you know, or hooked up, that we're computer programs, that we live in a simulation or some shit like that. I don't know. It's interesting to think about though. The thing is you want to keep an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out, right? So do as much as you can, you know, entertain the notion, but never like solidify an idea till you have absolute proof. I guess that's my my sort of moral of the story here with this one. I think it's the 1% probably true. But those are the ones that are literally covered up. Real aliens wouldn't get filmed or caught. They're smarter than us. Yeah, that's another thing. Is like, unless they were trying to get caught, I don't think that they would. I don't know. Like I said, just, you know, use your brain, use your critical thinking, but have fun, you know, entertain these ideas. It can't hurt to give a look to things like this. So All right. So that was fun. How y'all doing? Let's see here. I'm going to leave that one up because we haven't talked about that yet. One's gone. Yeah. We'll go ahead and talk about that now, since it's a subject that's being chatted about at the moment. So, I haven't heard too much about this story yet. I've been seeing articles about it, but apparently some truckers and protesters in Canada who are against COVID-19 mandates are blocking borders in Canada. They're trying to block other things. I don't know. There's some craziness going on. That's all I know is that. And but they were talking in the chat here about them being Russians trying to exacerbate the situation or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. It could be. I mean, they did that in the election with Trump. So, and I'm not saying Trump had anything to do with it. I'm just saying the Russians fucking did try to infiltrate things. So, but anyways, let's take a look at this because this is interesting to me. This is we'll watch the CNN video first here. See if there's anything else. Let's see here. Maybe we'll watch it. Probably have some. There we go.
Protesters from Canada's so-called Freedom Convoy are imposing a lockdown of their own. Ottawa, the country's capital, gridlocked. For days now, hundreds of rigs and cars lining city streets, with protesters camped out in front of Parliament and beyond. With passion and anger, they are demanding vaccine and mask mandates be dropped and life return to pre-pandemic normal. They say they're not budging until that happens.
Wow. Huh. It's pretty crazy. Usually you hear about this stuff in the United States, but in Ottawa? I'm
staying. I'm not leaving until the mandates are gone.
This convoy is all about freedom. It's not only with the truck drivers, it's actually for every single person. You, me.
You'd think you'd see this stuff in like Alabama and shit. Like
me, buddy down the road, it doesn't matter. It's all about your free choice.
This started as a cross-country truckers' protest by those against vaccine mandates imposed in January in both Canada and by the Biden administration. But it gained a following from a vocal minority of Canadians fed up with COVID restrictions.
We should not be mandated to take vaccines. Any medical vaccine, whatever, it should be a personal choice.
Okay, I don't know what's going on in Canada with mandates here, but I know in the United States, like, nobody's going to be forced to get the vaccine. However, there are, they were trying to put provisions on businesses to make businesses force people to get vaccines. I don't think that passed, though. I'm pretty sure that failed. And so a lot of businesses are taking it upon themselves to require vaccines, which is their right in our society. I mean, you guys like capitalism. It's their rules, their laws for their business, and so they can do a mask mandate if they want. They can do a fucking vaccine mandate for anybody that comes into their businesses or anybody that works there, especially. So I mean, it's something they can do. It's not out of the realm of power for businesses to do that. But the government is not doing that to the individual people. I mean, it may make it so you can't go into government buildings or airports like that, but I mean, that kind of makes sense to me.
That kind of sentiment gave way to this standoff now in Ottawa.
There's a small minority that feel that they can, shut down a city or try to take over a government. It's just a bit bizarre, to put it mildly.
And just so you guys know, it's not like I like wearing a fucking mask. I have to do it, 7 hours a day sometimes. I see like stuff like that happens all the time, and I'm vaccinated and boosted, so it kind of drives me crazy too. But I mean, I work in a place where they require it, and so shit, I'll wear a mask. I don't care. I mean, it sucks, but you don't want a bunch of people to get sick.
While police said protests have been largely peaceful, there have been a handful of disturbing displays of hate symbols, incidents of vandalism, and harassment.
Get out of here! We don't want you here!
People stomping on the nation's war memorial, reports of retail workers and residents being harassed, even at a soup kitchen. Ottawa police say they are investigating the incidents. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he's shocked and disgusted.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated.
There's Trudeau. Somebody was asking where's Trudeau in the comments earlier. There he is.
By those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless. We won't give in to those who fly racist flags. We won't cave to those who engage in vandalism or dishonor the memory of our veterans.
Jake, this is not the only truck-in, sit-in convoy going on between the U.S. and Canada border, the province of Alberta and the state of Montana. Right now, that border crossing completely blocked along the I-15 corridor, and it's an important supply chain route. And truckers say they could have more of this to come. I want to point out the Canadian Trucking Alliance says they do not support this. And likely, the vast majority, they say, of their truckers are fully vaccinated.
Well, isn't that fun?
Well, the United Arab Emirates says it
here.
destroyed a Houthi ballistic missile launch site in Yemen. The UAE released this video, which they claim shows the...
Okay. So, I was trying to find that video to shut it off. I hate that they autoplay on CNN. So, yeah, it's a crazy situation. I mean, my take on it, I'm just not as educated on it as far as that's concerned. I don't know. Russia might be a part of it, but it doesn't seem. I could see people falling for Russia trying to exacerbate things in these situations, because usually people who are protesting stuff like this are typically more susceptible to bullshit in a lot of ways. And so I think, yeah, that may be the case. I don't know. Clog the border crossing, destroying monuments. It's funny, like they when BLM did this, all of the right wingers were like, oh, you're blocking passageways and you're breaking down monuments and you're doing all of this stuff. How dare you? And now it's like they're all doing the same thing. It's pretty funny. It's pretty hypocritical. Pretty pot calling the kettle black. I am actually for them doing this. I'm for people being able to stand up for what they believe in. I think it's a dumb cause, because I think that people should be getting vaccinated, and the people that aren't are just fucking causing problems for everybody else. And all of this conspiracy theory about the vaccines causing cancer and the 5Gs and all this stuff just makes them look dumb. Which is why I think, they would be susceptible to coercion or suggestion from Russia. But yeah, let's look into that a little bit. Actually, that sounds interesting. Freedom Convoy. Russian op. Let's see here. I don't see anything about Russia. Maybe on YouTube. I don't know. That sounds. I don't see anything about that. Is this some sort of like deep state like 8kun news that I don't like? Is this just some guy posted that? Did QAnon say it was a Russian op? I don't know. Like I don't see any information about that being the case whatsoever. I'm not saying it's not possible, but like I'm just kind of like to track things. I like to use my brain and critically think about these things, and so therefore I kind of like to look into information and not just claim something before having any sort of evidence to support it or to the contrary. You know, that's just me. So who knows? Who knows? There's plenty of stories about this though. I'm not sure how long this has been going on, but I heard about it like yesterday was the first time I had heard it mentioned. So, maybe it just got kind of big at that point. I have no idea. But I cannot say whether it's a Russian op or not. You guys aren't going to get me to say anything like that. I don't see any information about that whatsoever. It could be. Probably not though. It's probably just some idiots crying like babies for the most part. All right. Let's see here. What else are we going to do, guys? So much to talk about. Oh, I know. We were going to since we're talking about Russia already. Let's go ahead and look into this here because I did want to mention this a little bit. We're going to talk about what the U.S. is planning to do in the case of Russia to try to prevent them from invading the Ukraine without causing an all-out world war. I don't know if this will work or not. Sanctions can cause some major issues for countries and for nations. They're not exactly in a place where they can not be on the top of their game financially right now, since they've got so many troops that are dedicated to the border of the Ukraine. So let's take a look at this article. Says a deal on Russia sanctions bill possible this week. Says U.S. senators. U.S. senators are very close to reaching a deal on legislation to sanction Russia over its actions on Ukraine, including some measures that may take effect before any invasion. Two leading senators said on Sunday, Senators Bob Menendez, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and James Risch, its top Republican, hope to move forward on a bill this week. I would describe it as that we are on the 1 yard line, Menendez says on CNN's State of the Union, using an American football reference, meaning very close to the goal. There is strong bipartisan resolve to support Ukraine and to push Russia if it invades Ukraine, Menendez said. And if an agreement will be reached this week, he said, I believe that we will get there. See, okay, I'm of two minds about this, and this doesn't happen very often, but I can admit that there's some cognitive dissonance with me right now about this whole situation. It seems like anytime the bulk of the Republican and Democratic Party agree that we should take some military or take some action against a different country, it usually gets me thinking that there's an ulterior motive for that. And or the fact that they just love being up in everybody else's business and going to war with people. However, on the other hand, I do see that this is a volatile situation, and that the Ukraine needs more help than they can provide for themselves, as far as militarily and financially, to take on such a big foe as Russia. Now, there's a nuance there as well. President Zelensky did state that because of the rhetoric around Russia and the rhetoric from everywhere in the West, and NATO countries especially, you're seeing all of this rhetoric about how imminent danger is in Russia. I've even said it on this program. I've said it on my stream that it was a dangerous situation, and it is a dangerous situation. But words have power, and rhetoric has power, and we may be committing a self-fulfilling prophecy by talking about how close we are to war with Russia, or how close they are to invading the Ukraine, so on and so forth. So we may need to be a little bit more careful with our words and things like that. I'm just saying that we need to keep an eye on the situation and make sure there's no funny business on any part, the West or on with Russia, or as any of these entities as a whole could make one false move and cause us all to be in some sort of world war or nuclear fallout. So it's something that we need to be very, very careful and very delicate about when with our decisions to involve ourselves, and our decisions with the words we use when we talk about it. So these are all things that we need to consider. But I do think it's a good idea that they are sanctioning Russia. I think that's a half measure that can be used effectively. It is saying the Senate bill would target the most significant Russian banks and Russian sovereign debt, as well as provide more U.S. military assistance to Ukraine. Some of the sanctions in the bill could take effect before any invasion because of what Russia has already done, Menendez said, including cyber attacks on Ukraine, false flag operations, and efforts to undermine the Ukrainian government internally. So yeah, Russia's really good at this kind of stuff. That's why I said I won't rule out the whole thing with the Freedom Convoy and them being involved, because they're really big on subterfuge and false flag operations and things like that. So more crushing sanctions would follow if Russia invades, he said, but the lethal aid would travel no matter what. So we're giving them weapons no matter what. Whether we're going to put our own soldiers there is a different story. Now, we move soldiers farther east, but we're still in NATO countries. We're not in the Ukraine or anything like that as of right now. There are still areas of disagreement between senators from two parties, especially over whether to impose sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline. We're working on that. I think that's going to be the last T crossed, I dotted, before we put them all across the finish line, Rich said. Ukraine is asking for both actions, sanctions right now and more after any invasion. Kiev's ambassador to the United States, Oksana Markarova, said on CBS Face the Nation. Markarova's downplayed the simmering tensions laid bare on Friday when Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accused the United States of fueling panic over a possible Russian invasion. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. It's destabilizing their country, and which could make it easier for Russia to invade as is. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy if rhetoric isn't tempered a little bit. So and it's not people like me, I mean, or maybe some of the larger news groups or whatever, but it has a lot to do with the rhetoric of the US government and like Mark Milley and people like that. I think those are the ones that are making the most influence, the most impact on Russia, and making the most impact on the domestic situation in the Ukraine itself, causing panic and whatnot. It says, there is no friction, she said. We can have difference of opinions, but the United States is Ukraine's strategic partner and friend, and relations are at their highest level in decades. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, still, I don't know. There's just something eating me about this whole situation that makes me want to think that there's obviously stuff we don't know, but whether or not there's ulterior motives with our government for getting involved in this. They rarely do something just out of the kindness of their heart or because it's the right thing to do. And although this is the right thing to do, something's telling me that it's not the only reason that we're getting involved. But that's just me. I mean, that's maybe my mistrust of warlike environments as a whole. But we'll see. So, let's see here. We got 8:57. What else do we have to talk about? We're almost done with our segments, guys. This is crazy. Play some video games, maybe. Before we go on to PrimeCayes, because I believe, let me take a look here. Comes over here. We can talk about how cute I am. Oh, that's sweet. I don't think I'm that cute. Not today. I don't know. I had I don't know. I've been kind of down on myself the past couple of days. Yeah. But I like my hair now. My hair's looking better. Oh, whatever. Let's see here. I don't look better than you. It's not possible. It's not a thing. All right, so let's see here. I'm just looking on here to see where. Yep, they're still in the private chat section. All right. Oh, I guess we could go through this. So there was a TikTok that just recently came out, where a man was in his, it looks like his gym in his building, and the cops were called on him because the manager wanted to see which apartment he was in, which apartment he lived in. So he's just exercising on the bike, or doing his routine or whatnot. Two cops come in and they're asking him, we want to just see what apartment that you live in. Now, can anybody who's listening tell me what complexion you think he is? Do you think maybe he's a white guy? Fucking of course not. He's black and got the cops called on him in his own his own apartment building. because he was exercising in the gym. So let's take a look at this. It's not okay. Apartment manager calls cops on black resident to see which apartment is his in viral TikTok. In a viral TikTok, an apartment manager calls the cops on a black resident at the complex's gym to make sure he lives there. The resident, let's see here. The resident TikTok user at Beautiful Soul Sin NYC began recording the incident as soon as the police introduced themselves to him. So let's see if we can get this back here.
Ask him, and I don't know what you said.
Let's see here.
And you skipped this 2 white people that was here, and you came straight to us.
There we go.
The black person.
We're gonna try to start this from the beginning. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to do that. Here, I'm gonna there we go. We'll just do that. There we go. All right. Now we'll watch it.
What happened?
I said, how are you?
I'm all right.
I'm Officer Berenger.
Yes.
This is Officer Doriel.
Yes.
This is the manager.
So what happened, manager? You called the cops on me after what?
I just wanted to see which apartment you're in.
So you called the cops on her, or you called her because you didn't ask him anything?
I asked everyone else in the
You
gym.
did not ask everyone else. You only asked him, and I don't know what you said, and then you skipped this 2 white people that was here, and you came straight to us. The black person. I got you on recording, so if you want, I can show it. That's not a problem. Now, what happened? Do you call the cops on everybody here, or do you ask them?
It's okay.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
It's definitely okay.
It's not okay. You don't call the cops on resident. That's not what you do. But it's okay. What he should have done, was he should have went to his manager, to his boss, and asked.
Wow. Yeah, this never happened. Like, this doesn't happen to people who are of my complexion in a gym in an apartment building. I don't see this happening because of the color of my skin. That
has nothing to do with calling the cops. You are here, so I'm gonna record. It doesn't matter.
We're here
Yeah.
to make sure that
Okay.
you're supposed to be.
I'm inside a resident.
Wow. So, this is interesting. I just don't understand why this keeps happening in this country. I don't get why people see somebody who looks different than them doing nothing wrong whatsoever and thinks it's okay for them to look at their skin color and think they're not supposed to be here. Why does this continue to happen? This isn't, I've seen hundreds of videos like this. I'm not exaggerating, like hundreds of videos like this where, you know, people are walking through. We just went through the Ahmaud Arbery case where the guy just happened to be running, you know, like jogging, and he gets gunned down by 3 different guys after they chased him for like 10 minutes straight. I think it might have been more than 10 minutes, but I know it was at least 10 minutes. And luckily, they got sentenced to life in prison, but it doesn't mean that he gets to live his life now. And I know that's an extreme circumstance, but these types of circumstances happen all the time. I saw a video where this woman thought that because this black teenager had an iPhone that sort of looked like hers, that he had stolen it when she lost hers, and she left it in her fucking car or something like that, and it got caught on video. And there's millions, not millions, but there's hundreds of examples of this out there. This happens regularly. So for anybody to say that this sort of racism doesn't exist in the world is sadly mistaken. It doesn't make any sense that this guy should have been bothered whatsoever. And why doesn't the manager know who lives in his fucking building, right? Like, that sounds pretty detached to me. Sounds like he probably should be more involved in the community of people that live in his building. I don't know. This kind of stuff makes me sick. So, yeah. Oh, let's see here. That was fun. Now we're gonna do. We've got 2 React videos left that we're gonna do. And it's what, 9? Probably another hour, so we'll get to about 10 o'clock. We'll check back on the PrimeCaye stream then. But the first one is Jubilee video. I love my Jubilee videos. This is a middle ground video by Jubilee, and this one is pretty interesting. It's not usually pick economically based Jubilee videos. This one is not, however. This one is can sex workers and virgins see eye to eye? I thought this would be an interesting conversation, so we should go ahead and take a look. See what they have to say here.
Had my very first escort session. I had this background feeling that I was gonna feel like gross. And then I remember like I went through the session and I left and I was walking down the street with like a couple $1,000s in my pockets. And I was like, who exploited who here?
Right? Good for her. Girl power. By the way, straight out of the beginning, I do want to say that I do believe in decriminalizing or like legalizing prostitution and sex work in all forms. If 2 consenting adults want to make a transaction like that, there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to.
Step forward if you agree. I judge the other side.
I was like, I've never seen nobody walk up. Like, I've only seen maybe a handful of these, but I've never seen nobody not walk up. So we have one person. She must suck.
It's hard for me to reconcile.
Well,
unfortunately, like sex work is like noble or something that it's necessary for society.
okay, I can think of several ways how it's noble. There are a lot of people out there who don't have intimate connections with people, whether for whatever reason. They may be disabled, or they may be very, very introverted. They may have problems. They may be autistic, have problems with social cues. They may, for whatever reason. Everybody needs love. God, fuck. And these guys are doing honest work and helping people. In my opinion, that's a good thing.
Totally understand. But also, one of the oldest professions is sex work. One of the things that almost every human does in the world is sex. So the idea that we actually do this for money isn't too far out of the ordinary, you know? My dad was a pastor. So it's like, understand, I didn't grow up in a...
It's always the pastor kids. They turn out to be really based and like fucking red pilled and like just be cool as shit. Like, laid back, like weed smoking, sex working people, or they turn out to be complete fucking douchebags. I haven't seen much in between.
The idea where like sex work was okay. But I did grow up in an idea where it's like, I want to learn, I want to experiment. And one of the things I wanted to always learn about was what my body does. So like what made you decide, what put you in a place where you decided, is it religious? Or
yeah, so it's definitely a Jesus thing. Like, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and so I totally believe that that part of me is something to be shared intimately with the person I'm choosing to spend my life with.
Can I ask the disagreeers to step forward?
I don't judge you. I just don't understand why you would give people access to your body in that manner, which opens you up to so many more risks with like STDs, pregnancies, all that stuff. I could not.
Every job has risks, right? I mean, like, you're helping people. Like, I mean, like, every job has risks. You fucking get hit by a forklift in a factory. I mean, as long as you're careful and you're responsible within your profession and you do the right things, then there should not be a reason why you shouldn't be safe in your job. Try cab driving. Yeah, right? Right?
Do that. That is not me.
Okay, here's a good example for that. It's
Okay.
like my other job is doing stunts.
Mhm.
I light myself on fire. Is there a risk to that?
Yes.
But it is an educated risk because I know exactly what I'm doing and I know how long to burn and I know.
This guy seems a lot smarter than well, you know, people would stereotypically think he is. You know, he's a sex worker and a stunt man, you know, but he seems really articulate. So never judge a book by its cover, guys.
What's going on? Same thing with sex work. These are all educated risks that we take.
That is our job. Our body is what we use for our job, so we take care of it. We get tested, we take care of our health. You know, we are very, very adamant about that.
But I just cannot get on board with our bodies being a product all the time.
But isn't that...
Let me say something here. Your body is always a product. Do you go to a job for a living? You're a commodity. You live in a capitalist country, you're a commodity no matter what. Like, paying taxes, like you're a number. You're a cog in the wheel. You're, you know, always going to be, your labor is part of your body because you're producing it with your body, right? So that's not her hang up, I don't think. Yeah, I bet she's in favor of adoption too. Yeah. I don't know. It just like, people don't think about these things when they say them. They it's like I said before, cognitive dissonance without realization of it.
How every job is. When I was working in retail, my body was a product. I'm lifting heavy things. I'm working in, you know, weird...
God damn it. I have not seen this, guys. I feel like I'm like predicting everything these guys are going to say.
Nasty work conditions, I'm getting injured. Like, every job I've had has required physical labor of my time and body, and I'm required to be there.
We all sell our body, just depends on what part.
I mean, but sexual selling is very different from what I do, which is like working as a nurse in a...
How is it different? How is it different? I mean, there's differences, obviously, but you're both in a position where you're helping people by labor through your body, right? And, you know, you put your emotion into that, they put their emotion into that. I mean, there's lots of similarities there.
The hospital.
But you're selling your time, your physical ability, your knowledge, and your emotion, because that job is very draining on your mental health. We're doing the same thing, except we're just showing nudity and pleasure. I'm Nathan Bronson. I am 32. I am a sex worker, and almost 100% of that is doing porn. When I was younger, I had girls tell me I was very terrible in bed.
Yeah, porn. See, he's with a consensual partner, and like, it's not even him going out, you know, and to strange people's houses or anything like that. There's nothing wrong with this.
And I had a small penis. I wanted a challenge. I always liked doing things that not a lot of people can do. I want to be able to prove that I can do it. And so that's why I got it.
Yeah, this country would be much more chill if prostitution were legalized. That's, you know, I think it should be like across the board, you know, because I think a lot of people would benefit from it, you know? I mean, we have therapists. I don't see too much difference, you know? I think sex therapy would be awesome. Like, if you had like a sex worker who was trained to also like be a psychologist, that would be awesome. Yeah, no more incels. think some of these right wingers would probably finally get laid, and then they could fucking like stop being such pieces of shit.
Sex work can make the world a better place.
I'm a prostitute, and I've had so many clients. I had one guy whose wife had died, and he'd only been with her his whole life. And she had just died like a year ago, and he was like, I don't know how to date again. He didn't want to get into the emotional part where he was like interwoven with a new person. And so as baby steps, like he came and saw me as an escort. Or there was another guy who was dying of cancer, and he was like, I'm not in a position where I can get laid on my own. And I don't.
Yeah, see? These are very valid reasons that sex work could be very beneficial to society.
Don't want to die without experiencing intimacy with another person. And I got to be that for him. And just like last year, I looked him up and I found his obituary. Oh. Those encounters are what make the job valuable to me. Because like, this is not just like a casual physical experience, right? Like you're touching somebody's soul, and I am so thankful to have been allowed the opportunity to help the men that I've helped like that.
Sometimes I get the feeling that we save lives. Someone having a bad day, a man might want to be a little violent, but instead, he goes to the strip club, or he watches a little porn, or he, spends time with a provider, and that brings him down and it levels him out, and he gets that intimacy that he's missing.
I have a suspicion that we save marriages. Like, I saw so many husbands who were like, my wife hasn't touched me in 6, 10, 15, 20 years. And like, I need sexual outlet. And like the fact that they can get it with an escort, like preserves the marriage. Otherwise they would leave the wife and the house and the kids.
Yeah, that's a good point of view, I guess. I mean, I think that they should be probably open about it. Like, I'm what I would consider polyflexible. So I have been in both relationships where I am monogamous and relationships where it's open, and I found benefit in both of those types of relationships. But the most important thing I think is honesty. So I just anytime that there's dishonesty involved, especially when it comes to intimacy, that tends to, I think, be a bad thing. But as long as the wife's like, I'm not into it, but we shouldn't get divorced, before the kids are out of the house. So why don't you go see this person? And yeah, that would be cool. Whatever.
And everything would explode. It's like a controlled release.
I got thoughts.
Okay, so I did want to address the idea that you said that you having sex with a husband saved the marriage. I don't believe that's even possible. How can adultery save a marriage?
Like, my perception is that this is like an inadequate Band-Aid to cover a wound that doesn't have another way to heal. And so I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying, yeah, you're correct in your criticism. I would not like to be in a marriage where this was happening without my knowledge. But like, I do suspect that the alternative is the destruction of the marriage.
I'm gonna share something. So I looked at porn when I was in 8th grade, and just kind of hearing, it's crazy, I'm getting like a frustration because I'm like, oh man, because it really put me down a bad spiral. And I just started thinking about myself. I started thinking about women really inappropriately. It's because like porn puts this kind of this idea in our mind.
This guy was like sheltered, and like I don't know what he was told, but there's nothing wrong with thinking thoughts, thinking about having sex with somebody. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, guys. Like, your thoughts are your own. As long as you don't act on them in an inappropriate manner, there's nothing wrong with that. If you feel like they're going to be acted on in an inappropriate manner, then you should seek help. But just thinking about somebody thinking about a woman in a sexual manner is not a problem. Girls do it all the time. Guys do it all the time. NBs do it all the time. It's not a problem.
And and kind of scares us. I think it scares guys away from actually talking to women, actually.
Yeah, I also want to like validate the fact that pornography like can cause these effects in people. Like some people watch porn and they have like a really negative reaction, or like it causes you to feel like this objectification of women that you don't want to experience. And I think it's like really important to like acknowledge that and be like, yeah, maybe some people just shouldn't watch porn. Like maybe it's bad for them.
I was watching an interview the other day with Angela White, another porn star, and she said this thing that just fucking blew my mind, where she was like, you know, we don't watch Fast and the Furious to learn how to drive. We don't watch porn to learn how to have sex and intimacy. Porn is entertainment.
Damn, I like that a lot, actually. That's a good comparison there.
That's so hard though, because so many people watch it. If that's the avenue they go towards, that's what they're gonna learn from, and then they're
But
going
again,
down a bad
now
path.
you're still splitting that path of like, because we're having sex on camera, it is entertainment.
What would be your solution to be like, if you do have those unsuspecting audiences, like is there an advisory? Is there something that says?
No, because it doesn't matter what you do, people are going to find it. Now, what I think, better education, better parents, better teaching, because when
Yeah, it's not their place to teach people how to be in relationships. They're just fucking on camera.
it really comes down to it, me doing this job and being chastised for doing something that as an adult that I want to do and I want to strive to do better is a completely different thing.
I'm Rudy, I'm a virgin, and I believe sex is a beautiful thing that God made for two people. I view the sex industry as something very taboo and full of people who may or may not have had a different choice or thought of a different option to provide them.
No, I think that there's lots of different choices and options out there, and like, you know, it's not like they're doing it. I mean, if they didn't feel comfortable with doing it, they probably wouldn't, unless they're like living on the street and the old school prostitution where there's like a pimp and like they're kind of like abused and stuff like that. But you know how you get rid of that? You fucking legalize it. That's how. But
themselves a better life.
God cares about our sex lives.
I believe that God created sex. Like, we are all sexual beings. I mean, unless you're asexual, I guess. But sharing that with one person for the rest of my life, like, that is so appealing to me, because then I feel like I can like give my fullest self to them, and I would hope that they want to do the same with me.
I feel like God is involved. And that's why people thought I was crazy when I said, yeah, I want to be actually praying on my first time. People thought I was crazy. But there's emotion, there's...
Wow, this guy's got fucking issues. Hey, God, come watch me deep dick this girl. Come on. It's my first time. We're married. It's cool. It's cool. Just come on over.
So much more than just action.
Does that, I don't know. Does that make it a threesome? Every time you have sex with your wife? Is she getting railed from both sides? One by God and one from her husband? Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, shit.
That's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good.
I used to be very Christian. I was homeschooled.
Girls same.
Homeschooled, yeah. Yes. My dad's a professional evangelical debater who has a radio
like
show
an
and writes
apologist?
books. Yes,
Oh,
he's a
God.
Christian apologist. Yeah, I was raised, no kissing, don't hold hands. I was like, till marriage, like absolutely. But there was a sense of like, this sexual act is really elevated. Like a lot of it from my frame is that we're like sort of participating in a social ritual where we all like give this act like a huge amount of power, which is like not my deal, but I really resonate with like the strength that can hold.
So I also grew up Catholic and, grew up in my Catholic shame bubble. I would masturbate and then cry myself to sleep and be like, God hates me.
Oh, those crazy Catholics, man.
I mean, I'm going to hell. I don't know, man. I just kind of opened my eyes to the world and was like, you know what? People are out here raping, they're out here murdering, they're out here doing some crazy ass shit, and this world is fucking awful. I don't think God is down, looking down on the world and seeing all that and going, God damn it, Avery's sucking a dick again, like another check, like she's gone, I'm like, no.
Are you at all worried that by creating porn and all that stuff is feeding into a very real addiction that a lot of men suffer with.
So the difference there is with like the mainstream porn that I do, yeah, it can be hella skeezy. They give you skeezy, you know, storylines and stepmom this and step this, and it gets real skeezy, you know? But then when you take it to the other side of the porn, you know, I can put out the product that I want to, I can help educate people, I can put out ethical porn because I'm making it. My name is Avery. I am 20.
I like that term, ethical porn. What did you just miss? This is a video. Can sex workers and virgins see eye to eye? Oh, you must have heard her talking, huh?
27 years old, and I am a sex worker. It's weird because I grew up super religious, and you know, used to give chastity talks at church and chastise my friends for being sexual. But I actually find that I'm not as bitter towards my religion anymore since I started this work, because somehow it's kind of reconnecting me to it in a way. Just seeing that and hearing from people that I'm putting good out into the world, and I'm making the world a better place, and I'm making people feel joy and happiness.
I've had trouble in romantic relationships.
My fiance does not do sex work, she's only slept with, I think, 13 people, right? Which to me, that's...
He's like, that's so little. For me, that's a lot.
Before I got into the industry, I was over 100 something, so it's a crazy number to me. It's always a very strange thing trying to keep this relationship going in that sense of like what I do.
Yeah, I don't know, like I have a hard time, I guess, you know, most guys are like, oh, you know, you don't want like to marry a slut or something like that. But I prefer being with somebody that has a little bit of like experience with that sort of thing, I guess, because you know, I haven't been a prude myself my life, I'll tell you that.
Because even it's just their egos, and she has to see me with younger women all the time, and it sometimes hurts her, you know, but it's like just a lot of communication.
For me, I am currently in a relationship, and the guy I'm dating, he is actually not a Christian. So I had to have that conversation with him beforehand, like that because of my religious beliefs, I'm not going to have sex until marriage. He's not only honored it, but he supported it, but it does make it difficult because it's like I want to make him happy, he wants to make me happy, and that struggle of like, I guess, fighting against our flesh is going to be a little harder. I don't want anyone to see my naked body until they're my husband.
Oh, he hasn't even seen you naked?
No.
Oh, really? Wow.
Holy crap.
Sorry, being naked is just such a...
Holy crap, yeah. I mean, you guys should at least be like, you know, like going down on each other or something like that. I don't know. Like, that's the pin up. You got to believe that these guys, the sex workers, are probably helping him out, drain, you know, his demons, because he's not getting it. Jesus. But no, I mean, and it's cool. Like, I'm glad he supports her, and I'm glad that he's a good guy about it, or whatever, if he is, you know. And it's just, this is another area where porn could help that relationship.
It's like I just walk around naked. It doesn't... How long have you guys been dating?
It's been a few months.
Like 3, 4?
Yeah, around that.
Good for you, girl. Keep that pussy on lock.
A lot of people think that we are...
That was good.
Anti-sex or not sex positive. I don't think that's true at all. I know that I'm a very sexual person. I cannot wait to explore that sexual side of myself with my husband, but that is something that I want to restrict to just one person, and that's how I want to explore that sexual side of me.
I'm just happy to be here.
I don't have a romantic issue with my virginity, because they kind of, they admire kind of what I do or my self-control, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
Restraint is hot.
Huh?
Restraint is
hot.
Yes, it is.
Question, have you had women who definitely not virgins, maybe not even Christian, come after you because they know you're a virgin, they're trying to
Oh yeah,
steal that card.
I guarantee you that's happened.
And how hard do they push?
It's pretty hard.
I've never been in a circumstance where I had somebody I wanted to date who did not want to date me because of my job, ever.
Really?
Ever. Because the kind of filters I have in place, like by the time we get to the point where I want to date them, like if they've passed all the other criteria that I have, by that point, all of them are just totally fine with sex work. I don't like people who are possessive at all. I'm very polyamorous. In the normal world is that people don't date each other because of sex work, but that's just not the reality I live in.
See, that's my reality. I have a hard time with romantic relationships because, well, I'm a sex worker, and not only am I a sex worker, but outside of work, I self-identify as a whore. Like, I just like to have sex, and I like to experience as many people as possible. And when I do find someone that I'm interested in for romantic relationships, that's the package deal. You know, I tell them, like, look, I want to be with you, and I want to be in a relationship with you, and I care about you a lot, but I also need to be a slut and have sex with people who aren't you.
And some people can't understand that, but I applaud her honesty. Like, you know, I've told people that, you know, I was polyflexible, or like, and certain times I feel like I should be in a poly relationship over a monogamous one. It depends on where I am, you know, and things. But like, so I typically have no issue either way, but like, I've had people who have had issue with me being poly, and so they wouldn't date me or something like that. But they always ask questions. They're always curious about it, I guess. But I'm always honest about it.
Sometimes I've tried dating like other porn performers, and you know, even that gets murky, because even with our jobs, jealousy is still a thing. So, you know, I'll be dating a porn star who knows that I'm a porn star, and then they hit me with the, hey babe, I think like maybe you should just start doing like content with girls. Yeah, just do girl, and like maybe threesomes with me and other girls, and like that's it, and change your branding. And I'm like, so you started this romantic relationship with me knowing exactly what the f is down, like who I am, what I do, what I'm about, and you thought that, oh, let me just like wait a few months and then I can like change. You're like, okay, great.
I enjoy masturbation.
Hey, girl.
Do you feel guilty?
I think in the beginning, because I didn't know what I was doing and like what I felt about it, the problem is like the Bible doesn't say anything about masturbation. So you're always like, this is the world of gray, and then...
But religion says something about masturbation, so, like, does your religion say anything about masturbation? Is nothing?
Yeah,
it's
Catholics
more about
do.
like generalized sexual immorality. So I didn't feel like masturbation was immoral of me. Like I felt like, oh, this is just me getting to know my body and what I like, and then hopefully pass it along to a great guy.
Yeah, I remember when I was Christian and I was trying to figure out if I should masturbate. I would like consult the Bible quite a lot. I would like Google, you know, like, is it okay to masturbate for women? And there was no resources for women at all. It was like, men have to control their lusts. And I felt like a crazy pervert because I'm like, oh, I have all these urges that women apparently don't have. I ended up deciding that, okay, lust is a sin, but the masturbation itself isn't. So that if I engaged in the physical act without like having any sort of mental process going on, then that would be okay by God.
You probably have to, like, you probably would have a hard time having an orgasm then, especially as a woman. I know that they're more emotionally triggered by that during masturbation, especially, or by, you know, so that's, I feel like you'd be too detached.
I'm surprised that you...
Oh, I got answers. I got answers for One of the things is, because I have to save my load to use at work, which is a little graphic, but that's really what it is. So one of the things I have to do, because I'm doing 2 scenes a day, so I can't jerk off. I can barely have sex with my fiance most of the time because I'm doing the job. I'd much rather take that time, go give pleasure to someone else, and actually see that look on someone's face that I gave them an experience.
I would totally disagree with the idea that masturbation isn't sin. I feel like there's something that happens. I don't know, like it's just so hard to explain.
This guy's gonna end up killing somebody. He's gonna fucking mow down a theater full of people.
So
I want to ask, like,
Me too, Pin.
what is it like to you about touching your own body, and you know, making yourself feel that type of pleasure? What makes that a sin?
But it's like with me, I just see that God is so high and mighty that, like, the reason why maybe I keep on messing up, because there's moments of I'm sexting, I'm, you know, doing things, and you're like, what? How would you do that? But the thing is, it's like, yeah, I mean, and the thing is understanding that, like, I'm not God, but also understanding that, like, I want to be more Christ-like. Yeah, progress in my faith.
Do you masturbate?
Yes, I have, yes.
Do you do it regularly?
There's moments where it's about probably once a month.
Oh.
What do you guys do when you feel those impure
Once a
thoughts
month.
and you think about it and you
Jesus
want to?
Christ. I don't know if I could do that, man. I mean, even now that I'm older, like, I used to be a fucking, like, spider monkey, man. I was all the time. but as you get older, you know, stresses in life and just whatever get in the way. So, but I still, like, at least 2 or 3 times a week. Jesus. What's really killing us? What's really killing us? MFB clear. Oh boy.
Masturbate because that's your direct correlation to what you're doing.
I call a friend and kind of like, because the thing is,
You got
like,
a friend like
Women's not killing me. I love women.
Do you tell your friends why you're calling them? Or do you just call for distraction?
I call, well, it's calling, kind of be like, hey, this is happening right now. I need some prayer because this could get bad. This could be bad because it's like and it's really unhealthy. It's very unhealthy of me.
And if you're in a good church community, you have prayer warriors, and that helps immensely, no matter what you may be struggling with.
Being a virgin has shaped me in a way of separating myself from the rest of the pack. So I stopped watching porn based off of a flick that I watched. That just made me just stop completely. I like intimacy, and I've realized that porn doesn't give me the intimacy that, you know, I'm searching for.
The sex industry.
It's not for that. It's not for intimacy. I mean, it's to, you know, release the Kraken. It's to get your jollies off. I don't know. I guess I just have different ideas about it. They build it up so much.
Is sexist.
The sex divide is way different in our industry. Women get paid a lot more.
It's actually, the sex industry is I think it's one of like 2 industries in the world where women make more than men.
Yeah.
Everyone's objectified, kind of, because the men y'all are reduced to your penises.
Oh, yeah,
no one even really knows who the men are, but I know so many people who recognize penises. You know, we have to cater to these fantasies for fans, and there are, sadly, it's a broad reflection of how the world is. And out in the broad world, there's a lot of men who want to see women get beat and had sex with brutally and, like, you know, just brutally taken, and that's what they want.
That's where I'm thinking the sex industry is sexist, because women in general and the different aspects of the sex industry, I feel like, are viewed as less than.
There are, however, women out there who enjoy, like, you know, being dominated and stuff like that. So I know that's definitely a thing. But, you know, I feel like if it's a consensual thing, then it should be fine, as long as it stays, you know, in the bedroom and you're not we're not, you know, as long as you're offering respect, or, you know, they know it's just for that purpose. You know, I think for the most part, you know, you should honor the person you're with. But in the bedroom, it's fun time, and if that's something that they want to do and it's something you want to do, then do it.
They are. And for me, the one like turnaround of it, though, is where we take our power back. We enjoy, you know, filling out those fantasies and those role plays to take power over it. The other night I was having sex with a man, and he's like having sex with me, and he puts his foot on my face and is like stepping on me while he's having sex with me. And you see your face. My face, I was in heaven. I was there like trying to lick his feet, and I was just like, this is hot to me because I get to explore this in a safe manner that is controlled by me.
Like, of course porn is designed for men. It's not because like we don't like women. It's because men are visually stimulated and like way more likely to spend money on porn. This doesn't feel like an issue to me. This feels just like the natural like way that we are. Like I remember when I had my very first escort session where I had sex with my first man for money. Going into it, I was super nervous because I'm like, I had this background feeling that I was gonna feel like gross or like violated or exploited in some way, like a little bit of a fear. And then I remember like I went through the session and I left and I was walking down the street with like a couple $1,000s in my pocket because I charged very high rates. And I was like, who exploited who here? Like, I feel incredible. And I remember actually,
respect.
I remember feeling like angry at society. I was like, why did they tell me this would feel bad? I feel so good. And it's like, at that point, it's like, I don't know when we talk about
that's the thing too. It's like, you know, most of that, like a lot of that comes from like, oh, you know, you're going to feel horrible about yourself, or only women who are have self-esteem issues, or who are damaged, strip and stuff like that. It's not necessarily the case. You know, there are instances where there are women out there who are loving what they're doing as far as that's concerned, and I would say that's most of them actually. I know quite a few exotic dancers. I know quite a few people who run OnlyFans and stuff like that, and all of them seem to love what they do. I mean, especially because they're empowered in this day and age to be able to do that without standing on a street corner where anything could happen to them. So it's a much more safe and sterilized environment these days, which is a good thing.
sexism in the industry. You could very easily argue it goes the opposite way. I grew up in a very conservative culture that expected me to become a housewife, but it turned out to be that I was a sex worker instead. I got to escape that sort of life where I was working minimum wage jobs with not a lot of prospects. My family is not supportive of my professional choices. I'm definitely performing an immoral action in their eyes. I am degrading myself and my sexuality in their eyes. I associate it very strongly with freedom, like being able to have access to a lot of different choices to make a lot of money that I never would have had the opportunity to have before.
All sex work should be legalized in America.
Yes.
From all the statistics I know of, let's say Australia, and this is from just the knowledge I've learned from that, apparently sex work has actually decriminalized a lot of places. So if you legalize all sex work, you kind of take away that human want in making it so it's just available if you want it. And also if you make it available just like prostitution, making that available, you have to make people go through screening. You have to make people get tested. So everyone's going to, STDs might even go down.
Mm-hmm. There's a difference between decriminalizing sex work and legalizing it. Legalizing it means obviously the government is going to be into it. They're going to be able to set up health regulations, which can definitely help sex work.
I didn't think about that. You know, maybe it should just be decriminalized.
Decriminalizing it just means that you as a sex worker cannot be arrested for what you do. I personally don't believe that legalizing it is beneficial because even in those countries where it is legalized, it correlates to higher rates of sex trafficking. I know I'm not supposed. Yes. And I would have thought that it wouldn't have been that way because otherwise I would have agreed with you. I would have said yes, it should be legalized because then we can have all these regulations in place to make it safer for sex workers.
But see, if you had a governmental body going through, just like if you went to a restaurant, there's an A on the door saying food handlers, right? Then it would be, this is a building that is regulated. We have people coming through to make sure everyone coming through gets tested this many times. And you coming in, you have to be tested the day before to actually get checked in.
I guess that assumption is based on if everyone who is in sex work would go the legal route, because not everyone would. When there's government involvement, what does that mean? Taxes. Not everyone wants to have taxes. That's why in New Zealand it's decriminalized, but there are no regulations to keep anyone in that whole situation safe.
I was just on the disagree side because I don't think it should be legalized. I think it should be decriminalized. I don't want the government anywhere near sex work. I don't want the government controlling it, taxing it, making it to where they legalize it, but they're still gonna put loopholes around that puts us in even more danger. I also think sex work should be decriminalized because as long as it's criminalized, we're at the mercy of the cops. And the cops are the biggest threat to female sex workers specifically. Almost every female sex worker I know who's had an encounter with the cops has been raped by the cops.
Sex is the ultimate form of intimacy.
Yeah, I've read stories about that happening too, so I know that's a thing. I don't know the statistics on it, but I do know that's a thing.
Whenever I do have sex that first time, I just don't want anyone else other than my husband to ever see me in that vulnerable state. It's too precious to me, and how can you get more, at least physically intimate than that? You can get more emotionally intimate, I'm sure, but...
Yeah, that intimacy with someone else. And it's crazy because we're waiting for that, you know? We're waiting for that and wondering what that's gonna be like.
As a nurse, I've seen, 94-year-olds in the hospital, and just like the intimate relationship that they've had with their spouse still carries forward. Like,
were you watching them fucking though? Because like, we're talking about sex here, not like relationship. You can have an emotional relationship with somebody like that without it being just sex. So there's other forms of intimacy.
People who are quadriplegic, people who no longer can speak, who are more nonverbal, just seeing the dedication day after day, like their visitors, their family members coming in. It's just really nice to see that you can have a circle of different types of intimacy with companionship and the trusting relationship and the physical part of it.
Intimacy is moments in time, moments between people. I've had intimate moments, like I had an intimate moment with you today. Now, was it the most intimate thing I've ever done? No. So I think those moments where you're there with someone willing to die for that person is way more intimate than anything we can find sexually, because sex is something that's gonna happen. When you guys start having sex and start being in there with your partner, it's like you want that to last forever. You want that moment, but it's not the thing you would die for. God, you would die for God. That's an intimate thing. That sexual moment is not. You would die for her for other reasons, not for sex.
Yep.
No. That was good. Dad. Bye.
Yep. I like that it was very amicable afterwards, like that. Like they disagree on a lot, but they're still, I think they learned some stuff from each other right there, I think that actually happened. So I think there was middle ground actually found on that episode. But bottom line, sex work should be decriminalized. And there's nothing wrong with it. It may not be something you choose for yourself, but we shouldn't chastise other people for choosing it for them. All right. Let's see here. Pretty close here. Checking on some things. Still in private chat there. All right, guys, I'm going to take one quick break because I have to pee. So I will be right back. All right. Just wondering where my phone went. I had it sitting over there. Make sure this is on silent. There we go. All right. Man. Did a lot of talking today so far. 950. Let's see here. Oh, should we do a second thought video? I think we might save this one for next time. Because I want to play some video games for a little bit. For maybe an hour, because I've got to go on PrimeCayes here soon. Trying to see. Let's see. All right. There we go. All right, let's see here. What are we going to do? We're going to play. Let's figure out what to play. I should probably grab. See if I can find it. Just 1 second, guys. All right. I had to find my trusty controller here. So, we could play Nobody Saves the World, but I don't know if we're going to do that. Could play some Psychonauts again. The thing is I don't want to get involved in anything too deep. We're going to be jumping out. Let's see. Could play some more Mortal Shell. Pillars of Eternity. Screw it. We'll go with Nobody Saves the World. There we go. All right. So let's go back to where we were. I can't remember. I think we were right outside. Watching me instead of sleeping? I don't want to take away from your sleep. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. Oh yeah, we went into this place. I think I got killed. Here we go. Yeah, I forgot. Fighting these things. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Getting my butt kicked. Yeah. Fuck. I thought he was gone. I thought I won already. I did not win though. God damn it. Yeah, it's food. Oh, fuck, I did it. I got killed in this last time, so. Let's see here. Yeah, did that. Ooh, I'm a level C. Oh, I can be a horse. Oh my god. I can be a horse. Man, just been up since 5 a.m. Sleep's not important like you are. I am not that important. It's not the case. I'm just chilling, playing some video games. Until I go debate some fools later. Yes. Level up. Kicking ass and taking names, guys. Alright. God, I want to see what I look like as a horse. Let's be a horse. Okay, I can kick. We can't sleep. You just like slightly roll him over or something like that. All right. All right. What's up, old lady? Give me some shit. Oh, she's weird looking. Let's see. Star charges. Oh. Yeah, it sucks. Like, I hate waking my kid up when they're in school, or when we have like school and they fell asleep on the couch or something like that. Bag of upgrade tokens. Is that what I want? What do I want here? Magical defense increase, physical attack increase, physical defense increase. Fuck that, give me some upgrade tokens. Yeah. I know I have some upgrade tokens here. Well, let's see here. Upgrade the stomp. Let's see, Bravado 1. Next tier is Bravado 2. 20% of attack is dealt as an extra sharp attack while below 40% health. Oh, let's see. Can't do that. I can't upgrade my horse one yet. What's this? Slaps? Alright, so let's do... Yeah, we'll do that. What the hell? Alright. That's good. We upgraded some shits. Oh, fuck. Come on, build up, horse. Crazy, because I gotta... Oh, I can switch between... Oh, I didn't even know I could do that. Sweet. I gotta defeat baddies with kickback. This little thing here, is this somewhere? I haven't been in here, I don't think. Oh wait, yeah I have. There we go. This kicking thing is awkward. Alright, let's go find some more shit to kill. I'm gonna kick things. Kick things! Oh, there's some stuff. Whack! 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 God damn it. There we go. Alright. Woohoo! I need to see the map. Where's the map? I know there's another... It's a fast travel portal. Okay, I need to go this way. Kick some barrels. Yeah. Is that broccoli? Is that what that is? Like broccoli and sea anemones. Oh, shit. Quit it! Fuck. Ah! Fuck! My horse just died. Alright. Gotta build up the horse, man. This guy needs kicked in the face a few times. There we go. Yeah. Just trying to build up my horse right now. Alright, we're gonna go in here and try to fight these baddies off, but they kicked my butt last time, so we'll see. Gotta be smart about it. Gotta be smart about it. Stop. There we go. Got him out of the way. Yes! We got it, guys. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Alright. Now, moving on. I gotta go save that horse. It's fucking giant barrels. Alright. Come on, let's go. I'm a horse. What the hell am I supposed to do? Where'd the horse go? Oh, fuck. Lots of baddies. Yeah, give me that. Give me that candy. Ah! Yes, I did it. I defeated the baddies with kickback. All of them. Candy. All right. Now, let's see if I can yeah, I got a D-level horse now. And Gallop is unlocked. Horsepower. Gallop. Making my horse badass. I'm gonna at least get him to a C level before I switch back to anybody else. It may be hard though. It may be tougher on me. Cause the horse is hard. You have to fucking turn around backwards to kick people. It's fucking weird. Yeah. Fuck you, dude. Oh, fuck. There we go. All right, what we got now? Kickback 2. God damn it. These guys fucking piss me off. Give me all that food and shit. Ooh, that's cool. I didn't know I could do that. Alright, we're fucking him up now. Yeah. What's in this shits? Give me that turkey leg. Got these giant fucking... There we go. Should we go check over here? I want to check and see if I missed anything over here. I feel like I might have. Kick that. Kick rocks! We got something. We got a little something. A little something, something. There we go. Boom. Give me that. Give me all the monies. All right. Now what? Yeah. Fuck you, cat. Yeah. Kicking ass and taking names, guys. Level 4. Here we go. Gimme. How do I get more? Oh, okay. I guess that stuff gives me... Oh, shit. Fucking take my legs in your face. Yeah. Fuck you up. This is fun. See, it's easier when you get him stuck against the wall as a horse, because then you can just kick him into the wall. Over and over and over again. Alright. Got all that shit. What's over here? Okay, we don't want to go in there yet. Because I know we left stuff up here. Yeah. Gimme. Gimme it all. Making all the monies, guys. All the monies. I wonder if I can beat this guy as a horse. Alright. Yeah. Fuck you, dude. I'm gonna kick you into the wall. Boom. 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 Fine. Yeah, buddy. I don't know, the horse might be one of my favorites now. Yeah. Oh, that was no problem whatsoever. I saved all the horses. Sweet. Quest discovered. Fall in love. Oh no. Do I fall in love with a horse? Level C horse. Fuck, I can be a turtle! Yeah! Gallop 2, fall in love. Experience unbridled love. Yep, that's totally a horse thing. Fucking turtle! I wonder if I could swim now. Let me out this bitch. Yeah, love is love. I wonder who's the like. I think I'm the male, so I probably got like the horse cock, like the huge horse cock. This horse is a subtle nod of recognition. This stallion looks happy to see a new face. Now this horse, your horsey eyes have never beheld such beauty. Nervously, you distract yourself by eating some grass. Is this bestiality? Is this fucking... What is this? Because you can turn into a human, too. Most of your forms are human. Is it intra-species? What the fuck is going on here? But the majestic stud has the same idea. As you dip your heads down, your moist noses touch. Oh, goddamn. Why am I bricked up right now? No, I'm joking. Oh, fuck. Oh, let's see. Your raise eyes to meet his, and the feeling is... Oh, his! You raise your eyes to meet his, so... Wait, are we both... Wait, are we both guys? Feeling is electricity. This is the horse you've been waiting for. The stallion you've dreamed of your whole horsey life. Of all the strange feelings that come with being a horse, the one feeling you never expected was love. Yeah, wait, his? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I don't know. I experienced unbridled love. In his embrace, the world's troubles almost disappear. You want to stay here forever, but that can't happen until your work is done. He nickers a gentle goodbye. He'll wait for you as long as it takes. So, okay. I don't know what the situation is here, but... Okay, so... That's a girl, I think. But this is the my original form. I'll wait for you till the end of time. This horse doesn't care about your problems. Alright. I need to switch back. They don't recognize me anymore. Actually, yeah, we're gonna switch back. Now what do I do? I think I have to fast travel. Oh, fuck you guys. Okay, I'm by water. I gotta see if turtle can do water. Wait. I can be turtle now, but why isn't it showing up there? Do I have to like go in here and do it first? Yeah! I can go in water. Woohoo! Wait a second. Damn! This turtle's badass. Go turtle. And I fell in love. Oh, level 5, bitches. I think I like turtle better than I do horse. All right. I know. Look at that. Now I can go over here. Oh, wasn't there a, there's a chest somewhere that I couldn't get because of, like, not being able to go in water. I think it's over here. It's got to be over here. Yeah, this thing. Mana upgrade! Yeah, swim, little bitch. Fuck! Yeah! Fuck those guys up. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so I need to... I'm a D-level turtle now. And I unlocked water spray. All right. Sweet. I'm thinking though, somewhere down here, if I remember correctly. Yes, more water. If I remember correctly, something over here. There's like a dolphin. Oh yeah! That was badass. I didn't even try to find that. The South Sea. Okay, I've been here already though. Oh look, another chest. Old Cape, yeah, this is where I need to be. Because over here, some fucking dolphin. That's it? Came all the way back this way for nothing? Alright. So. Maybe I have to learn dolphin. Alright, let's look at the map because I think we can fast travel to where we need to go, which is right here. Why can't I fast travel? That's cheap ass shit right there. No fast travel for me. Already got in there. Already got up in there. Gotta go up and around this way, I guess. Oh look, I forgot about this over here too. Cacti. Must be a desert land over there somewhere. This turtle's pretty based, I gotta say. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Only a strong, capable wizard could have gathered such an impressive constellation of stars. You'll have to introduce me when they arrive. In the meantime, you may present the stars to the Star Door. Alright, Star Door. Sweet. Let's go kick some ass, guys. Oh, what the fuck? I see you, intruder! Dark Presence has blocked all form quest progress in this area. Use your form strategically and do your best to survive. Whoa. Okay. Be gone, beast, stay still. Shredded demonic protections and my sword's edges proves dull. Tutorial time. Sharp, blunt, dark, or light. All of the attacks are one of these damage types. Warded baddies are invulnerable until they're hit with the right damage type. Make the baddie vulnerable with a dark attack, then defeat it. Open the form menu when you need to choose a different form. Okay. Do I have a dark form yet? Alright, we gotta figure out if we got a form that's dark. Yes! We got a magician and a monk and a robot here too coming up. But looks like we're gonna have to go with rat. Make the baddie vulnerable with a sharp attack, then defeat it. Okay. I know he has sharp attack. You can really handle yourself, wizard. I'm Armanda, leader of the Knights Guild. I got caught inside. Yeah, we already know that. Whoa, wizard, you sure change forms fast. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Nothing a bite of worm root and a flask of bitter water can't fix. Sweet. Alright. Come on, bitches. Yeah. I'm just kicking ass right now, guys. Oh, let's see here. Oh, I fucking hate these guys. Alright, I need sharp for this guy. There we go. Sharp, 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 sharp. Give me that candy bar. Sharp, sharp. Come on. Alright, let's see. I feel like I'm missing out something by not going up over here. Alright. Yeah. Are they all sharp? Like, I haven't seen any other ones yet. Fucking owning these guys. All right, guys. Give me all of this shit. I need all of the goodies. I don't know why I did that. Coins? All right. Okay. Yes! Give me all the ships. Game's intense, man. I'm still not seeing any ones except for Sharp. Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to figure that out. Music slaps, y'all. Okay, now what? I fucking killed everything. Where do I go from here? Oh, that makes sense. What's the next floor gonna be? Is it gonna be blunt? I guess we shall see, huh? It's like the fucking Crucible, man. Ugh. There we go. Ah, fuck. The rat's still pretty cool, I gotta admit. All right, let's see here. Yes. I'm fucking shit up in this game right now. Yes. Can't fuck with the mouse. Boom. Give me all the things. I think the mouse is one of the more badass ones I have, to be honest. Let's see here. I killed baddies. I'm on level 6. Okay. Alright, can't go that way. Gotta go back around. Okay, because I forgot a ruby. That was pretty badass, I must say. Jesus Christ. Owning motherfuckers. Yes. Okay. Next. Oh shit. Alright. That was easier than I thought. Let's see here. I already went this way, didn't I? Oh, okay, so I gotta go back around to the front. So I got 72 bad guys. I killed them all. Goddamn right. Oh no, go back down. I got stuff. Okay, now you can go upstairs. Oh, well, let's see here. What kind of baddie do we got now? We shall feast upon its flesh. Holy shit! There's so many of them. Oh fuck! I need to switch forms. Fuck! No! I was right there, guys. Right there. We're gonna beat this fucker. Yes, we are. Alright, let's go. No! I need a sword. Oh god. This guy's not easy to beat, guys. Fuck! Yes, give me that. Alright. Switch. Give me that candy. God damn it. Yes! Give me all that shit. Got him. Got him. Clear the Grand Castle dungeon. Did it. Foul creature, come not between the calamity and its gem. Wait. Empty eyes? We know you. You are ours. It knows not what it is. Oh, but we know, don't we? We know. We know. Well. Well, okay then. Halt! Just a bit winded. One sec. Okay. Don't you think you can fool me? I know you're the hollow-eyed loser who escaped the basement with my wand. Thief, you've officially gone from suspect to fugitive. I'm the wand's rightful giftee. Now give it over. And the gem shard. Haha, no. You want to do this the hard way, huh? What the? Quit messing around. I must find my master. You don't have the technique nor the pizzazz required to properly wield the wand. You're not even a certified wizard. I kind of enjoy pissing him off. All right. What bravery, what courage. I can't believe I have the guts to wait outside. That was nerve-wracking. We cleared most of the goo off the castle. Good job, us. Hot dog, you did it. You got the gem shard. I haven't felt this alive since breaking down the ingredients for fairy dust. Yeah, you're good at this. Why don't you try and get more gem shards? Great idea, Octavia. Nostramagnus, wherever he is, will be pleased with our progress. That's right. If you can find 3 gem shards and bring them to my lab, I should be able to harness their power to locate Nostramagnus. You can? Oh, how grand. Nostramagnus is going to need all the shards to confront the calamity anyways. Most thrilling. Stranger, talk to Armanda down at the Round Table Tavern. She will lower the western and eastern gates for you so that you may set forth to find out more shards. Go now, the king commands it. Sweet. Alright, guys. We are going to check real quick here. On something. Oh shit. I think they're switching over. We may have to jump on to the panel. Let's see here. Okay. We're going to quit there for the game. What time is it? Let's see, 10:55. So yeah, we'll try to go till 1. I don't know if it'll be on there that late on the panel, but we'll see what we can do. All right. Let's close out of the game here. All right. First of all, we kind of want to check and see what the panel is right now.
Alert in the chat. The memory card.
PrimeCayes. Looks like tax all billionaires into poverty. Let's listen for a bit.
Stores, I find books that people don't know are valuable, and I buy them and I sell them on eBay. All right, so that I do something that somebody thinks is worth something, right? I find a book that this person clearly didn't know what it was. The person sorting through stuff at the thrift store didn't know what it was, and I put it on eBay, and somebody will buy it from me because they know how much it's worth. Okay, so I've done something that for somebody, like, yeah, I connected that buyer to a thing that they couldn't have found otherwise. That's the classic, like, free market, ooh, you're creating value in this system kind of thing, right? So I make a little money, they get what they want, it works out for everybody, right? But I don't think that is true of all possible ways that you can invest your capital and make money. And I think that's just a misconception. So like when we talk about these billionaires hoarding wealth, yeah, everybody's right? It's not like I don't just have piles of gold that I'm swimming through. What I have is I'm putting my money into things that I think will guaranteed make me money. And those things are not always going to be good for most people or even a lot of people. It's going to be good for me and the people like me.
Yeah, I think we can jump in on this one.
Do hedge funders actually provide value, right? They're building wealth, but do they provide value?
Okay. Let's get into this. I do want to get onto that just to have this open for now.
Illegal meats, man. Dang, I ain't never had that.
And it's no, you please go.
All right. There we go. Sweet. I want to get this set up. I'm going to start the virtual camera. And then... All right. So just sitting in chat and waiting right now. See if we can get in there. It may take a minute. We don't know. We'll see.
The lefty position, isn't it? I mean, it's like the bog standard lefty position. I mean, like
I hate that you say that because I don't know if it's a lefty position. I think I don't know. I said in chat earlier, like I just have like a basic fundamental Spider-Man ethic. Okay, like with great power comes great responsibility, and that's not the way that things work with billionaires today. Okay, I just don't. It's not. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know because like. I think as well, like a lot of people don't understand this. Like even a lot of lefties don't understand this, right? They're just like billionaires are evil because like they have lots, right? It's not that they're like individually evil people. It's the fact that someone with that much money can game the system to the point where they effectively can just be infinitely rich, like just like never have to sort of like contribute. So like it's not necessarily like, you know, the individual that's evil, it's the system that permits this kind of perpetuation of wealth.
So I'll shut up after this for a little bit. One of the biggest black pills that I ever had in this arena was Peter Thiel, right? With a very like popular, famous right wing billionaire, right? He funds a lot of these right wing conservative causes that y'all might be concerned about. A lot of his net worth is tied up in his IRA, right? So he has a ton of PayPal stock in his IRA. So when Peter Thiel turns 65, he gets to cash out that IRA tax free. So an IRA investment account was created for the middle class, right? It was created so that people could put a bunch of money in, and then if they retired in a higher income bracket, they could take that money out and all the investments that have grown, and they could just get it tax free. It's an incentive for you to be saving and investing as a middle class person. But what happens sometimes in weird cases like Peter Thiel is you're a business person and you buy some of your own company's stock inside of the tax sheltered IRA, and that company turns out to be wildly popular and it blows up in value, and those stocks blow up in value. And so what's going to happen is Peter Thiel is going to retire and get billions of dollars completely tax free. It's a not even really a glitch. It's just the way the system was designed to work, but that's what's going to happen. It's just wild.
Yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature for them. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Nardi is in chat. Sorry. Yes, perfectly legal. I'm not saying that shouldn't be legal. I'm just saying like this is the kind of thing that can happen, right, for some of these billionaires. So it grates, I think, against some of our moral intuitions about the kind of contributions we should be making to society proportional to the kind of money and resources that we have.
Yeah, illegal doesn't mean, that it's right, like for society, or exactly what you, Chris, was saying. Like just because something is legal doesn't necessarily mean that this is the way it should be in our society, that it should be something that we should change. Billionaires are corrosive, have a corrosive effect in our society. They damage our political environment. They bend it to their will. So just because it's legal to be a billionaire, for instance, doesn't mean that I think that these people should exist. I mean, and that by that means like we should just tax them out of billionaire status. That doesn't mean that, of course, it's not a violent threat. Sorry, shut up.
So, but like, so the example you just gave, like, and I don't disagree with the billionaires being bad for society. I'm just like trying to work it out. What if I did the same thing? So I'm not a billionaire. I bought, I put $1,000 in PayPal, and then that $1,000 turned into $40,000. And when I turn 65, I get to cash that out tax free. Should I be able to do that? Like, is someone going to come in and say, "Oh, we need to take some of that money away from you also because you did the same thing he did"? Like,
I think like quite clearly there's like a line, right? So like like Eucharist was saying, it's proportional to like the sort of amount you're getting out of society, what you should be putting into society, right? If like society has provided you with the means to obtain this much wealth, like surely you should be putting a lot of that back in.
Yeah,
right?
like,
Surely,
meritocracy and capitalism, just they don't go hand in hand. There's no way to have those two things together because there's always going to be somebody gaming the system, right? So what we need to do is we need to put things in place so that we can mitigate there actually being people hoarding money and becoming billionaires like that. We need to have some checks and balances in place, and we need to basically redistribute wealth in a way that it makes it equitable for everybody in the country.
So, do you think that's possible within the capitalistic system, or do you think that capitalism somehow needs to be restructured to the point where there are no billionaires?
I think it could be mitigated like very well, but I think it is a feature of capitalism. I think like social democracy mitigates this like issue very well, like with like progressive tax bans and like tax reforms and like capital gains and blah blah blah. And you can mitigate this quite significantly to slow down wealth inequality. But like this is a feature of capitalism that like wealth trickles to the top. Like,
we actually had this in the U.S. like for through the 50s and 60s. There were a progressive tax system in which billionaires they didn't have billionaires really back then, but they had millionaires that were getting taxed, at a more progressive tax rate, and everything was in a more stable flux when it came to the economy. But then you hit the 80s where Reaganomics came through, and then all of the different checks and balances were stripped from the system. And over a period of 40 years now, we've gone to this late stage capitalism that's just destroying the middle class altogether.
I'm sorry. Wait, so people in the chat are freaking out about this idea of meritocracy, right? Like that it is I think the persistent myth that we live with in America, that if you just, if you work hard enough and you do the right things, you're going to come away with wealth. And to a certain extent, it's true, right? Prime, you just had a conversation with somebody who gave really actionable advice for, even if you are, not a super high earner, you can set yourself up in a way that you're going to make enough to save a little and invest a little and come away better off than you could have if you have a little financial literacy. Those things are good, right? Like, it's fine. But there's just, like, it's undeniable. It should be undeniable, anybody who just looks at it, right, that the way that the world works, the way that the financial world works, at least in the US and a lot of Western societies, is that if you start off with a lot, you're going to always end up with more than somebody who doesn't start off with a lot, no matter how hard the second person works, right? So, I mean, this is like, I hate talking about it because some of the things he says are dumb and he's a socialist and whatever, but Thomas Piketty, right, in his Capital in the 21st Century, tracks this out really, really freaking well. He's like, you can just chart, like, if you start off as a child of rich parents and you're guaranteed like 100K starting capital that's invested in a trust for you when you're born, versus somebody who works their ass off, goes to law school, ends up making like 300K when they're 30, right? This dude's doing well for himself. You're never going to catch up. You're just not. It doesn't matter how hard you work, because that's the way the financial system works. If you invest well and you start off with a lot, you're going to be better off than somebody who starts later and has to work up to it. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. That's essentially an inherent flaw of capitalism, and I've kind of argued with like free market fundamentalists about the problem of their theory of meritocracy, even though our economy doesn't really promote meritocracy, just by virtue of people being born into massive amounts of wealth versus people being born in disparaged communities. And this is actually my personal opinion. I don't necessarily have anything against billionaires existing. I have a problem with them not paying a proportional amount of taxes for the betterment of society. Because while I myself personally believe in personal responsibility, I also believe in social responsibility. So there's a necessity to tax people to be able to amass the wealth needed to alleviate people so that everyone can sort of start on an economic base level to move up in society. Which is also why I'm a big advocate of VAT taxes and universal basic income. In my personal opinion, universal basic income will be a big stepping stone to sort of promoting that floor level of welfare that so many people need right now.
I don't want to go to a UBI. We've done UBI bunch, and I'm sure we'll do it in the future. No, it's not, and it's not an attack at you or something like that. I would rather avoid that, because I think there's plenty of other stuff that we can dig into. My main pushback to you, Axel, right?
Yeah.
Is that why aren't billionaires being taxed properly?
I personally believe that it's because we're kind of taxing the wrong places. We can tax their income, for instance, and then they can report their taxes somewhere else. We need to essentially tax the businesses themselves at every level of the production of the business itself. We basically tax the cans being produced, the sodas, the farming techniques being used. Basically, every level of production needs to be taxed so that the business itself, the revenue can come back to the government to help the people. Because we're not really implementing VAT taxes like the European Union implements, you can have billionaires that can have a disproportionate amount of wealth, with the businesses not really getting hit at all to produce good commodities for the nation.
This is good stuff, but like, why aren't we doing those things? Is what I'm trying to get at.
Probably lobbying groups who. It's like in the American system right now, it's extremely easy to veto anything that enters Congress. Anyone, like from a teachers union to a police union to a corporation, can stop any legislation from being passed in our Congress. So as a result, when someone wants to implement, say, a sugar tax to make Americans healthier, the sugar lobbyists will be able to say, oh, but this is bad for the business, which is bad for American taxes, which might not be true, but the fact is the way our Congress is structured, it's very easy to veto anything, so nothing gets done.
So what I'm getting at, right, and you're pretty much almost there, right? Yeah, with the lobbying, right? Those lobbyists, who they work for? They work for the rich. They work for the billionaires. They work for the moneyed interest, right?
I'd also like to say they also work for just about every organization in America. Like, nothing can be done because every group, whether it's populist, local, institutional, every group has a lobbying group that can stop one another. So we essentially have a completely inefficient system.
I disagree. I disagree. Yes, there are lobbying groups, right? There are others have groups, but like let's not pretend all lobbying industries, right, are made the same. Right? That they have equal amounts of resources available to them. That they have equal sway in Congress, right? Yes, you can find, if you look close enough, you'll find a lobby group like for the children, right? But that's, it's not a lobby group. But my point is that my difference with you, you said, well, I don't have a problem with the existence of billionaires. I'm saying that within our system, they are corrosive. That when you amass that much money, right, then you can have that effect on the political system. You can shape the political system so it makes sense. So yeah, let's trickle down makes sense, right? Let them pee all over us with their economic gifts, right? Like we have to give them more money. Giving them more money gives us more money, right? And that, like, to make sense to some people, right? That's because of the corrosive power billionaires have in our system, and we literally have to tax them out of existence to help ameliorate that.
So, like, here's the difference between me and you. We both definitely agree that the billionaires right now are corrosive. Without a doubt, the economic system we have right now and the lack of taxation for the billionaire class, horrible. We both definitely agree on that. And if I'm saying this correctly, I'm guessing you want to tax them out of existence, and I want them to continue existing, just pay more taxes proportional to their growth in wealth, correct? I think that's the main difference here.
Yeah, I think their threat in itself is an existential crisis to our democracy. And you're saying, well, if we can, like, they can be managed. I'm saying that they can't.
Yeah, basically, that's the difference between me and you.
Anyone else?
That thing is, I don't think that we'll see them get taxed out of existence until we can do something about money and politics in general. Because there's not only the lobbying that goes on, but the politicians themselves are bought and paid for by the campaign donations that get given to them, and so therefore we have a double-edged system there where you have all these groups that are getting money from the corporations and the lobbyists, and then the lobbyists just sticking around there, just making sure that what they want done gets done. They coerce, they bribe, and it's all legal. And for the most part in this country, for them to do these types of things, and when it isn't illegal or when it isn't legal, they tend to kind of throw it under the rug anyways. So there needs to be some sort of way that we can get the moneyed interests out of the pockets of politicians in order to enact some laws that will bring us back to a state where we can actually balance things out a little bit more.
So, anyone have anything to say? I wanted to ask a question.
Well, yeah, on that, I'm not convinced that we can ever get to a place where money is not going to equal some kind of political voice and power, right? So, like, yeah, I mean, we talk about Citizens United, we talk about all this stuff, ad buys and things like that, but just like historically, globally, through most of human history, if you're rich, you have the ability to amplify what you want, and you have the ability to pay off who you want. So I don't know, like, I'm sympathetic, right? Like, the idea of, like, yeah, if we could get this, like, moneyed lobbying interest out of politics, if we could make it more representative of what the actual people want rather than just representing what the people who have the funds want, yeah, that'd be great. I just don't know how you do that.
Then do you propose a solution instead of that? Then I mean, if is there anything else that you think we can do?
I think one
was
one thing that we can do is that as we were teasing at earlier is like I think we can tax more fairly. I'm not convinced about I'm sorry I didn't catch who was saying this earlier. I'm not convinced about the idea of like taxing businesses that would necessarily be best, in the same way that I don't think, like, obviously as we see from billionaires now, an income tax system is not the best way to do this, because they're really easily able to skirt an income tax system by taking loans off their assets. So I again, like I mentioned earlier, I like things that like taxing consumption, right? We talk about conspicuous consumption in the world of, like, you know, rich people and non-rich people, right? So again, like, I just really kind of like sumptuary laws. It's something that our founders liked. I think it's a based conservative thing to like. These are laws that like limit what you can spend on luxuries that are visible, or tax you like out the ass if you want to buy these things. I'm kind of okay with that, right? Like, okay, yeah, you want to buy a yacht? Fine, dude, that's great. Just pay a lot more in taxes on that yacht than you would on any, you know, normal good, rather than just paying normal sales tax. I'm kind of fine with consumption taxes like that. That's one way, right? In the sense of, like, even though I don't think there's an effective way to get money out of politics, or to get moneyed interests to not be influential in politics, I think there is a way to make sure that the people who have the most are actually fairly contributing to society in the way that most of us think they should be. And I think maybe, I don't know, people who care about taxes could you know, wipe the floor with me on this, but I think consumption taxes are one way to do it.
So, but if the moneyed interests have control over the government, which makes the laws and policies which would stop the, or which would enact those types of things, or stop them from, or allow them to be taxed more, if we can't, it's a catch-22, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way to kind of make sure that's going to happen.
I know. I'm not terribly optimistic as a general rule. So yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Something I wanted to ask the entire group here. Well, most of us are pretty sympathetic with the idea of getting money out of politics, but I do feel the need to ask, if any of you were a congressman and were to make a single law to take money out of politics, how would you word that specifically? Like, what specifically would you ban?
So before we get that, and that's a fine question to ask. One, Dancing Spoon, you're unmuted, right? So you're back in the game. Hooray! All right,
I'm back in the game.
If you want to mute an audience, a panelist, you can do that, right? Like if it turns out that Eucharist truly is too much of a genius for you to take, well, use our special donation levels, and you can quiet him down, right, and get some mental peace. But before we tackle Axel's question, because I think it's an interesting one.
I think it's quite easy. I got the answer. I know the answer.
But before you do, was it the Eucharist? What did you say? About god damn it! Did I just lose it now? About billionaires. Oh, that we can't. About taxing them out of existence. You were skeptical of that. What was the last thing you said that was skeptical of that?
I guess just I don't think we're going to be able to eliminate rich people, and I don't think we're going to be able to get money out of politics. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yes, the point is not to get money out of politics altogether, or excuse me, the influence of powerful people out of politics, because that's not going to happen, right? You're going to have a class of individuals who's going to be more powerful than another class of individuals, and then their needs will be more fully met than another's, right? Like, that's like kind of inherent to politics, right? Like taking money completely out of it, right? But now that we have money in it, that doesn't mean we have to have as much money. I'm saying that there is a scale to these things, right? That a billionaire, right, has exponentially more money than a millionaire, right? Your average millionaire. That at some point, the totality of the money becomes such that they can devote so much of their wealth, right, to this project, while putting a very little, such a small dent in their actual personal lifestyle, that they can just devote so much time and energy and resources, right, into these things, that we as the public, right, as the rest of the public, we cannot compete. We cannot compete with them, because it's just too much. So we'd have to reduce that, right, through our tax policy, or maybe through directly direct attainment of their property. I don't know, something like that. To end that, do people know what I'm talking about?
We have contribution limits, though, don't we?
No, it's not just that. No, it's not just that. It's like through lobbying, right? It's through
like super PACs and
distribution. It's through super PACs. It's through being on the same boards, right? Like billionaires, being on the boards of different companies, right? And then making relations with politicians, right? Like there are all kinds of ways that power creeps in, right? There's a myriad of ways. It's difficult to legislate all those things. I'm saying, by taking away the money, right? Or reducing the money significantly, right? That will reduce their ability to exercise power in our economy.
Doing this
in our political system. Sorry. You know. So.
Well, I mean, I could argue with that, but I kind of don't want to go one-on-one with you.
Oh.
Like, I want to give everyone a chance to talk.
I think
There's an example I remember. There was an example I remember. This was a while ago, where a BlackBerry Research in Motion from Canada held a fundraiser for a congressperson who heads the committee for the FCC. So it had to do with I don't know if it was licensing or whatever, the radio waves, and who would get dibs on it first. And if you're the person in charge of the FCC board or whatever, or FCC, yeah, and this person holds a fundraiser for you, and while they technically never put in money, but they bring in all the big wigs that they know to come and donate money to your fundraiser, it kind of signals to that congressperson that, hey, that vote that you guys have coming up about who gets the first dibs on certain bandwidths in the radio, whatever waves, for cell phones, you might want to keep BlackBerry in mind. So maybe having, first of all, fundraisers that are coordinated by companies and private entities, and not allowing those to exist. Maybe it should be coordinated by the congressperson, so the onus of all the legalities on them.
What do you mean by coordinated by? Because I assume if the congressman did coordinate it, but those people still showed up, you would have the same argument. So I don't think you really care about the coordinator.
Well, the coordinator has the connections, so BlackBerry will know all the, all the people they hobnob with.
So let's say I want to give you an example because I want to make sure what I'm thinking is true. Let's say Bernie Sanders is organizing it, and BlackBerry says, "Hey, I'm going to the Bernie Sanders event, and everybody else should come." You would get the same result regardless of who organizes it, and I think you would still have a problem with it. So I don't think the coordination matters.
Well, I should have clarified. This event took place in a private house, a very or an assembly place that wasn't open to the public. So I don't know if that matters at all, but or let me backtrack. Let me say that maybe we should put more of a legal onus on the congressperson for having these events in the first place. It's just an idea.
Kind of like limiting fundraiser events, then, right? Or
I guess so, or who gets.
But don't they limit these things?
I think there's actually a good idea in sort of recategorizing what kind of contributions you get, because if we could just recategorize how or what you're defined as an entity, this is not a charity, this is literally a campaign contribution, then we could tax that accordingly so that the contributions might still exist, but at least the money goes back to the people.
Yeah, I think we would need a complete overhaul of our tax code, because we have so many exemptions and loopholes that they're there and they're legal. So these billionaires, they're just using these things that are in the tax code. I think we kind of spoke to this. One of the biggest things is the fact that we can create corporate entities, and we can create LLCs, and we can create all these organizations that, even if we run them and we own them, technically they aren't linked to us. So if someone could donates to it or contributes to it, they're not actually contributing to me. They just contributed to my LLC, and that's completely separate from me. I think that is one of the biggest loopholes that these businesses and billionaires are using to evade being taxed. So I think if we got rid of that, I think that would be one of the biggest ways to help have these people taxed and
You said
also
we should
address.
get rid of the ability for LLCs to donate?
No, we should get rid of the detachment, not having corporations or LLCs being their own entity. That's what I'm saying.
But Citizens United basically said and rehashed the fact that corporations are considered people, and people have a. I'm not defending this, but that people have their First Amendment right, and one of your First Amendment right is to speak with your dollar bills. So it's just one of those things that we can like talk about this, but like there's going to be a smart lawyer that's going to pick this out and present it in a way, and if it has to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, it will, and it did. And if I'm not mistaken, that is kind of the crux of Citizens United. But don't quote me on that.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah, so I don't think it would ever happen just because of the amount of power corporations have and how beneficial this is for people to make money. But I think if we took down that ability for people to make other entities that can operate, it's not a real person. If we took that ability away, like if we just wiped that out, that would make people be taxed a lot more.
There's a lot of implications to what you're saying about like people being able to use LLCs to shield themselves from like lawsuits and a bunch of stuff. So that conversation is bigger. I think your finer point is maybe as a person with controlling interests, you can only financially contribute so much in aggregate to all of the different companies that you have a controlling interest of. So let's say, hey, Jeff Bezos, you can only donate $2 million to campaigns. And a part of that $2 million is any company in which you're also a controlling member. That seems to be better than trying to remove the like liability and everything that comes with corporations and LLCs.
But they're tied together. So it would be like, so if I'm a congressman and I have a charity, right? So it's not necessarily me donating to that. If I have a LLC or a charity and Jeff Bezos wants to donate $4 million to that, it's not me putting my own money into that. It's that other people can contribute into these things that I own, but technically they're not me. So they're not breaking any legal type of. They're not doing anything illegal, but they're still donating money, quote unquote, to me. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so you're not talking about my bad. I misunderstood. I didn't understand you. I thought you were talking about political contributions. You're talking about the ability to give someone capital even outside of the political context and potentially influence how they act politically.
Yeah, but I think it would be tied to, because the whole reason that these things are shields from liability is because they're technically not connected to you. So it would also affect that because you would have to make that a connection.
No, that's a great thing because you don't want somebody to be able to sue you for everything you own. You want them to be able to sue the company for the company's like capital and blah blah blah.
But
like it wouldn't make sense if you could sue Amazon. You could sue Jeff Bezos because of something dealing with Amazon.
I mean, but he owns Amazon, so
yeah, but you have to sue Amazon, the entity, because even though he owns Amazon, there's multiple parts to Amazon.
Yeah,
so you're suing Amazon, the corporation, not Jeff Bezos, the person.
Yeah, but this is why Jeff Bezos doesn't pay any taxes, because you're not taxing Jeff Bezos. It's like these two. You can't really divorce these two.
Bezos. You agree that Jeff Bezos does get taxed, right?
Very little.
Yeah.
Very little.
No, you're wait. Every American citizen that brings in income gets taxed. I think you're.
But that's the thing. He doesn't bring in income.
No. Wait. You're mixing that up with our tax laws that allow for donations and things to create exemptions. He does get taxed.
He gets taxed, but capital gains don't get taxed as much as like your income, and he makes a fraction for his income as to what he makes through the stock market and through capital gains. So therefore, he's not getting taxed like a regular American. 90% of his income doesn't get taxed until he moves stuff around or something gets sold or something along those lines.
Like
because it's not material to him until those actions happen.
No, hang on.
It
no,
is
it's
material.
Not, but again, like we talked about this earlier, right? So somebody like Zuckerberg, right? He collects a salary of $1 per year from Facebook, and so he pays no taxes on his income. He pays capital gains taxes on what he has in his stock portfolio, right? The same as anybody who owns that does. But what he does to make sure that he has spending money in the bank, because all of his wealth is tied up in those assets, is he borrows against those things at just exorbitant rates. Like he has so much money available to him every single year. He has as much money available to him as somebody who draws a salary of hundreds of millions per year, but he doesn't pay a tax like somebody who draws a salary of hundreds of millions per year, because we have set up the system in such a way that he can get a salary of $1, he can have his investments over here, and he can borrow against those investments and pay very little in taxes compared to the average American. And I think like maybe it's fine, right? Like maybe he's just using the legal system that we have created, but like I think the intuition that most of us have is that it doesn't seem right. Like the guy who has actual access to hundreds of millions of dollars that he can spend on whatever he wants, paying less like effective tax rates than somebody who has far less than that, feels wrong. Okay, so like I'm not a tax policy expert. I don't know what we have to do to reconcile that and make it to where we still incentivize innovation and all these things that we all love, but whatever it is, we got to do it. Like, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. This is actually why I mentioned VAT taxes earlier, to sort of tax the production of the business as it moves forward in the production line. That way you'd get money back and revenue from the business itself, and not
Lefties
necessarily
don't like Andrew Yang, though. You got to remember that.
God damn it. Okay.
Yeah, we have.
I know.
I want to let in. Hello, Sarm.
Are you talking to me?
The person with the name STSSA or whatever. Hi. Nice to meet you. Do you have anything you want to add?
Not at the moment. Well, actually, I guess like the thing with the income tax for Jeff Bezos, like he does pay income tax, but he's like, I think it's like technical income is like 88,000, 100,000 a year, which is like not that much considering how much he gets from like his assets, like from owning Amazon stock.
Wait, he pays capital gains tax on the stocks that he owns.
Yeah, but like he pays less capital gains tax than like he would on like or the
capital gains tax. I think
is less than his
capital
income
gains tax is something like I can't remember. It's something like 20% for the highest bracket, right?
It's 20%.
So he's paying 20% of his capital gains tax.
But like,
I can look it up because
that's only if he
pay
realizes it, right? Like if he like cashes out on it, or if he sells the stock.
Yeah, that's only if there's an event.
Like
yes.
someone of his income, like the income tax on like what would be an income if he declared it as income, what he was selling those stocks for, it would be like 55%, right? So he's paying like 3 times less tax than he should.
And then he doesn't even have to like.
No, but there's advantages,
right?
The reason the system advantages the stock market is because that's how it helps our economy grow. So
no,
like,
I understand that, right? Like again,
it doesn't though. It doesn't
because it's helpful.
It's the same thing as the IRA stuff, right? It's the same thing as like, you know, the like again, like people have been pointing out in the chat, right? This is perfectly legal. I'm not suggesting these people are doing anything that actually is like.
No,
I'm sure they all.
I'm not saying that you. I'm not making the claim that you're saying that they're like what you're about to go into. I'm saying that these things are good, and that's why they're set up this way.
No, I'm going to suggest that they are good for their intended purpose, right? But that people who have lots of resources have found ways to game that system, right? So that like the purpose, the reason we created
You call
IRAs,
it gaming the system.
It
It's
is.
not
It absolutely is. The reason. No, hang on. The reason we created IRAs was to incentivize middle class class people to invest so that they could later, even if they were making more money when they were retired, take out their money tax free. That's why we created it. We saw that there was a problem. We saw that there was a problem with a group of people not investing that we felt like should, and that would improve the health of our economy.
The reason we created IRAs so
right?
people could fund themselves later in life after they can no longer work.
Yes, right. So, but
that's why.
No, hang on. No, we have other various kinds of retirement and investment accounts, right? IRAs specifically were designed. The reason we have a cap on how much you can put in every year, the reason all these things exist, is because they were designed for the middle class. That was the goal. If I'm wrong, somebody give me the facts historically. But like, this is why we created IRAs as a portion of the tax code. Okay, so but then we have people who are able to, within the IRA, invest in things that pay off down the road in the billions. Okay, that's great. And we all would love to think that we're able to do that. Like, we're part of the group that's going to be able to do that. It's a gambler's fallacy. It really is, right?
I have a tremendous amount of money in my retirement.
I'd put tons of money in my IRA, right? But I'm never gonna have the investment payoff that Peter Thiel has, right? Because Peter Thiel owned a company that he knew was going to skyrocket, bought it in his IRA, and is now going to cash out billions tax free.
Saying other people can gain more than you, that's not obvious.
I understand. Oh my God. I understand that that's obvious. It's fine, right? What I'm saying is what we're all kind of running up against is that we have certain intuitions about what people who have a lot owe to society. I think that's a commonality between conservatives and leftists actually on this point, right? Like people have been like, oh, this is standard lefty, blah blah blah. Like, I think this is just a commonality between what conservatives and leftists have on this, right? I have a colleague of mine who recently put out a paper on Tocqueville's thoughts on like noblesse oblige and how we substitute for that in a non-aristocratic society. But the idea that people who have a lot owe a lot to the people who don't have a lot is an old idea that is like aristocratic and carries forward into democratic society. And it's something that I think is really important, and it's something that we share across political boundaries, right? So that like, yeah, somebody who has a shit ton of money, way more than they could ever conceivably spend, even if they were buying yachts out the ass every day until they died, right? Somebody who has that much money or that amount of resources kind of owes something to the people around them, especially when we know that, like, okay, like the hypothetical, right? If I'm a billionaire, I could set up like $1 million trusts for 100 people, and those trusts could be set up to pay out a certain amount yearly in however much they've made on the market, and they would just never run out of money. I could do that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I could never run out of money. Okay, these people could be doing so much. Like, yeah, we hear the big flashy stories, right? About, I mean, actually, Bill Gates does better than most people. Bill Gates and people like this funding hospitals and whatever, they do that. Yes, 100%. I love it, right? But again, I have a Spider-Man ethic. With great power comes great responsibility. You got a shit ton of money that you could basically give away in perpetuity without ever running out. Yeah, you should be doing that, okay? And if you're not, you're a shitty person. Yeah, I think that should be across, like, conservatives and socialists should all agree on that. Like, you should be doing good with your money, and if you're not constantly giving it away, especially when you're at the point in the amount of capital that you own that you can give it away constantly and not run out of it, you're a shitty person. Yeah, 100%.
That's also justification for a more. That's also a justification for a more meritocratic society by suggesting that we can't actually live a meritocratic society unless we've alleviated and created a floor level for the poor people to be able to succeed in our capitalistic markets. So there is sort of like a cross idea that taxing the rich is going to be how we improve everyone's lives.
Something GSU said, Gambit said that I wanted to address too is that you said something along the lines of the stock market kind of is the shows how the economy's doing.
I didn't say
society. Did what you said? You had said something about the stock.
It's a gigantic part of our economy, which is why it's incentivized.
Sure, but the thing is it's divorced from the actual base level of economy for workers, for the proletariat.
I didn't
for people.
say that it was connected to that.
Okay, because
don't straw man me.
Okay.
I said it's a large part of our economic system, which
Okay,
is why it's incentivized.
but what I'm
I did
saying-
not say it's representative
what I'm
of how
saying, though,
normal
what I'm-
Americans are doing.
What I'm saying, though, is that it's not really a representation or a large part of the economy that affects a regular person. Most people
didn't
don't
say
own
it
stock.
did.
But you're saying it's a large
Don't
part of the
straw man
economy.
me.
It's, okay, so you
Just make that statement.
But then
Don't
what was your
connect it to me at
point
all.
of saying that? Then if you think it's if you think it's such an important part, how is it important to you know, the regular run of the mill working class family, right? That doesn't own stock. Like, I
Are you
mean,
going to ask the question and answer it yourself, or are you going to ask the question and listen?
I'm listening.
Okay, all right, cool. So I never said the end part about how it connects to the normal person. You can run the tapes back. I never said that. I said it's a gigantic part of our economic structure, and this is why it's incentivized via our tax code. Do not try to attach anything to, hey, and this relates to the normal worker. I never said that.
But
I'm a
what-
big proponent of Andrew Yang, who talked about radically redefining how we look at the health of our country. So don't straw man me into bullshit positions like I said the stock market was connected to normal people. I never made that claim, and I never would, because
Okay,
it's stupid.
well, the way that it sounded, it was that you were saying
Okay,
that
well, maybe you should listen harder. You thought about that?
Okay, hey, listen, I'm just trying to tell you what I heard, and from what I heard, you were saying that it's a big part of the economy, but it doesn't matter whether it's a big part of the economy or not if it's not helping out the general population of the United States of America, the working class person in this country. All it does, it's completely divorced from the ideas the things that we have to deal with in normal everyday life as a, you know, a working class citizen, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't make it not be a big part of the economy. Like for example, like all these tax shelters and all these exemptions that we have in our tax code, they're a big part of the economy because the people who have the most money in this country, they use these things to perpetuate their wealth, to grow their money. So they function as a big part of the economy, but they can function as a big part of the economy and not affect the regular middle class. Like both of those things can be true at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Now, they can be two separate parts, but what I'm saying is that I don't think that the stock market, I think that the stock market is actually part of the problem in a lot of ways, compared to the what goes on Main Street. You know, there's not a lot of ability for people on Main Street to take advantage of the prosperity that comes from the stock market. In fact, it's the other way around. It usually is a detriment to the working class families in America.
Here's the thing: why would you say that? I want to address some of these things because I got to figure out like at what level are you just completely misunderstanding reality. But like the stock market is a great vehicle for a lot of people. Not only is it a vehicle for some businesses that become publicly listed and blah, 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 but it's also a good vehicle for normal people if you understand how to invest to also create more capital for yourself. So there's multiple reasons why the stock market is good. This is the same thing with when people meme about the housing market. It's a gigantic part of our economic structure as well. And people say, oh, we should just get rid of it because I feel that way. And like y'all meme about stuff so hard, and it's like,
So Gus, I myself am an Andrew Yang fan myself, and I'm gonna propose the idea that maybe the stock market isn't really good for impoverished people and it's more good for middle class Americans. Because if you think about it, the most impoverished people in this country are not going to spend a lot of time risking and even gambling their money on stocks when they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Exactly.
It's much stronger and much robust for middle class and upper middle class Americans, but not necessarily a gateway to success in America. So everyone here is essentially just
it being a
suggesting
gateway to
restructuring.
success. It being a gateway to success and it being a thing that can be profitable for anyone are two different conversations. I'm not saying that you're gonna millionaire your way through you can if you invest in your 401k starting at 20 years old and you invest a small amount of your check. But I'm not saying that you're gonna millionaire your way in like lower age groups to being a millionaire. I'm not saying that, but it is a way to create more income for yourself for sure.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, I myself lost a shit ton of money last year, fucking GameStop. But it was
disgusting.
But to me, I think we're all just here talking about restructuring and are more or less in agreement with proportional taxation with accumulated wealth at the very least.
Well,
Yeah, we
I
have a
think
progressive tax system.
Yeah, but I think that the issue isn't that the stock market is bad for lower income people. I just think they aren't engaging with it.
Yes,
It's
for
not
sure.
that it's bad. They just don't use it. They just don't invest.
Well,
They and
it's not.
granted,
It's hard to engage if you don't have the money.
hold on. I know everyone's going to say that you could put $10 in. Everyone has Robinhood. You could put $10 in a stock a month. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. I know it's not going to make you a millionaire, but you could still engage with it. It's this mentality that unless I have an extra $1,000 every month, that I can't put money in the stock market. Is why people don't engage with it, and why people don't build wealth over time. Because that $10.
Wait. I'm sorry. These are really weird arguments. I need to jump in. First of all, capital gains tax, in theory, in a good faith application of it, was meant to keep money and cash fluid and always in the markets so that you didn't just cash out and take your chips home and keep them in your bank account. So the more fluidity of the markets, that means the company that has that money can enjoy increased funds to do investments, to do more R&D, to build more factories. Here's where the disconnect comes into play. That is the spirit of what was intended. But in practice, it's a totally different story. So let's go back to the Trump years when the Trump tax cuts came through. There was Gary Cohn, the senior economic advisor to Donald Trump, who goes out and on CNBC looks like a jackass when he asks everybody, I got you guys that tax cut. How many of you guys are gonna, with a show of hands, tell me who's gonna build factories here in the United States? And all these CEOs looked at each other and not a one put their hand up. They kind of
Most
had that
people aren't
awkward
pro
moment of
the
like,
Trump tax cuts. I'm trying to see how you're going to connect this to capital gains. Though. Most people aren't pro Trump tax cuts.
let me finish where I'm going with this, and then I'm going to see where your contention or your input is in a role with where I'm going. What I want to get to is this: yes, if there could be more confidence in the market if it were not for the fact that the funds are not managed correctly. And what do I mean by this is also when the tax cuts happened and all these corporations got all this cash on hand to play with, instead of doing what Donald Trump said he would do, that these corporations would do, like building factories back here in the United States, bringing jobs back to the United States. Apple's going to bring the iPhone here, which I knew wasn't going to happen, but that's what was the meme of the political season. What do? They go ahead and they do stock buybacks. Now you can say, well, it's in the fiduciary duty of the company to do stock buybacks. But here's where I think reform and changing something with the accounting laws when it comes to stock market that would dissuade that kind of thing and keep the money outside of stock buybacks and more into investing in the actual company, investing into actual R&D and factories. So for example, there's a formula called earnings per share. It's what all the stocks available are worth at that point in time, divided by the number of stocks on the market available. Then there's a second part to it. You subtract the treasury stocks. The treasury stocks are the stocks that are bought back by the company. When the company buys more stocks and puts it in their treasury, you make the denominator a lot smaller. And with any fraction, if the bottom becomes smaller, the overall number becomes bigger. Why is the EPS important? Because when a CEO goes to the quarterly meetings and tells everybody that the earnings per share is up 20-30% quarter on quarter, when somebody runs their algorithm and puts the technicals in and sees whether they should buy or not, these all artificially inflate the price, artificially inflate expectations without actual material advancement. So what I'm trying to say is yes, the capital gains tax is amazing because it can keep the cash moving. But when people are using that to skirt around other things that they are also supposed to be doing, that's where I have a problem. And that's why a lot of people don't invest as much, because it's usually the volume traders that benefit from these kind of moves. I don't know if.
Wait, so you said all of that is the reason why poor people don't
Yeah.
invest in the stock market?
It's not.
I
People
did-
don't invest
I
because
did
they
not say
are
that.
financially
didn't say that.
literate, and that's why. That's
No,
why
I didn't
people
say
don't.
that.
It's not about EPS. It's not about any of that. And plus, there's like 30 different. I've written an app that looks at stock market trends and tries to invest. There's like 30 technical indicators when you're trying to invest in stocks, and EPS is one of. I don't even. Anyway, EPS is one of a
CEO will
large
bring-
amount of technical indicators. But the thing is,
Watch what the
it's
CEO will
everything
bring
that-
up.
It's everything that Mint is saying. Yes, at the thing, yes, the CEO does bring up earnings per share because it's a popular thing that people talk about. But they also talk about like increase in market cap and a whole bunch of other things. But anyway, volume, all of that stuff matters. But anyway, what Mint is saying is absolutely true. Most people don't believe in small incremental change, and that's the real problem. The real problem is you can take a small amount of money and you can invest that amount of money over time, and then that small amount of money, due to compounded interest growth, becomes a large amount of money. This is why the IRA and the 401k exists, because you could take somebody that's a middle class or lower class, they don't necessarily need to be middle class, and they can invest small amounts of money all their life, and then they can have this huge pile of money once they get ready to retire.
Yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
have to believe in incremental progress.
You're exactly right, right? Like, 100% right. I think it's an amazing thing. And again, this is why I wasn't able to like hang out too much, but like I loved Prime doing the like finance stream the other day. I think it's awesome. I think more people should talk about things along those lines, right? We should have more panels and talks about these things, right? It's a great thing if people take a little bit of what they make and invest it over time, because when they retire, it adds up to a lot, right? Yes, 100%. But I think that there tends to be a distortion that happens in acknowledging that, yes, actually, if you make a fairly modest amount of money and you spend a modest amount and you invest a modest amount, you can actually retire with over $1 million and be technically a millionaire. Like, I think there's we tend to forget that the proportion of like, if I retire with $1 million compared to the kind of people that we're talking about is literally incomprehensible. Okay, it's just we just can't
Wait,
even
I'm
wrap
not
our
saying that
minds.
others won't make far more.
No, I know. I'm saying like, yes, again, these are great things, but I don't know that that's the point, right? The fact that we have these tax sheltered options for people who make a moderate or modest income to end up retiring with enough to actually retire is not really the point, when what we're talking about is people at the very, 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 very top who are able to take advantage of tax advantaged ways of either investing their assets or taking loans off of their assets to avoid most of the taxes that people like us pay. And what we're talking about is, what is the best way to set up a political community so that those people who have the most assets are contributing proportionally? I think that's a really important question. And so, yeah, I agree. Like, I think it's awesome that we have these things. The fact that rich people take advantage of them doesn't mean they're bad. Yeah. But that doesn't get to the heart of the questions I think most of us are concerned with.
Yeah, so I wasn't saying that this. Okay, so what I'm saying is, if we got rid of all these, like all those types of like exemptions and tax shelters and all that stuff, and the exemptions for like if you open the LLC and the S corp and you claim the capital gains under the corporation, if we got rid of all that, we could still keep like basic things like an IRA or like the stock market, because even if someone the lower middle class is investing in the stock market, they're not utilizing all of those other tools. Like all these other tools, only the top 10% of people are even engaging in those, even know that those things exist. So you could get rid of all those and then still keep the IRA and still have people invest in the stock market. Like you don't have to connect those two.
I don't know that you even need to get rid of those things. I think it's just an issue of how we effectively tax those things, or tax the wealth of the people who clearly have tons of wealth but are able to access it in ways that get around the normal avenues we have for taxation, right? We have a progressive income tax system in the United States that's designed to tax you more if you make more money, but we have people who make enough money or have enough assets to where they don't take most of what they're able to spend out of income. They get it from other avenues, right?
Yeah, and that helps all the
that.
rest of us when those things happen.
I don't know that helps all the rest of us, that like Jeff Bezos is able to take loans off his Amazon stock. I don't know that that's true.
Yeah, but
The fact that his money is not to him and it's in the stock market, and all of us can use the stock market, is why everything that Mint is saying is beneficial.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that statement.
I don't think you need to agree.
There's something
the
else
reality.
that it's not necessarily the reality. Okay, something that you brought up earlier was you said that a lot of the reason that poorer people don't invest in the stock market is because of they're financially illiterate. Now that is part of it. There are a lot of people out there that don't know what they're doing as far as that. But I think a bigger part of it is that they're insecure in the amount of money they make already. So putting something towards that in a way that is going to take money out of their pocket when they're scrimping on groceries already as it is one thing, and it adds even more anxiety when there's not a avenue for them to necessarily learn how to do these things effectively so that they can use them effectively. So it's not just that they're illiterate or that they're lazy or they don't want to try. It's the fact that there's so much anxiety behind the amount of money that they make that it's hard for them to invest in those things.
So I didn't say they were lazy and don't want to try. I said it's financial literacy.
I didn't say you said that. I was just saying financial illiteracy is what you said.
I know. I'm just responding. But it is absolutely true that financial literacy is the problem. And even I wish when I was like ridiculously poor, I understood how gigantic incremental compounded interest is. Like, it will help literally everyone. People that aren't taking advantage of it are absolutely financial illiterate. Because even when I was making minimum wage, had I understood that back then I should have been putting money into my 401k because it would multiply the compounded interest by like 44 times when I retire, if I'm age 20, like if I would have known those things, I would have been investing money even back then and not just starting once I started to make more money. It's absolutely financial literacy.
Sure, but that's based on if you have a 401k. Not everybody has access to that sort of thing either. I mean, if you're self-employed or working in a gig economy or so on and so forth.
You can get a mutual fund. You can invest in stocks directly. I wouldn't advise it. But you can invest without a 401k as well.
Can I give a policy idea? Post-tax. Can I run a policy idea through you guys and see what you guys think about it?
Mm-hmm.
How would you guys feel if, like, we were required to take financial literacy tests every time we applied for a credit card to show that we're financially literate enough to be responsible credit holders? I feel like too much.
No,
I don't think.
I mean, there are easier ways
do
to
the research that it would take to pass it. No, go ahead, Joe.
No, I'm just saying there's easier ways to disenfranchise minorities if we're gonna go that route, you know.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a old school literacy
We can
test
attach it to
vote.
voting too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a piece of shit, but like.
No, I just wanted to get your input about this.
A part of financial literacy is also like, unfortunately, like making mistakes. Like, it isn't all you can just learn financial literacy in a class and now you're ready to go invest. So putting barriers on entry, which is like what pattern day trading and stuff like that is not like that. Those are the things we should rail against. I think PTD is a really bad thing.
Okay, look, yeah, I think if you're gonna try to make it harder for people who make less money to invest their money, okay, sure, I think we can all agree. Like that's a bad idea, right? So I agree with you, GSU Gambit, on this point, right? Like it is a great thing if people know what options are available to them, especially, right? If you work for a company that has a match on your 401k, that's free money, right?
Exactly. Yes.
It's free money. You just get free money, put it in your like people needed to know this stuff, 100%, right? So I don't think maybe somebody could contradict me, and we'll all fight them on it, right? I don't think anyone in this call right now thinks we should erect additional barriers for people of moderate to low to middle incomes from accumulating capital. I think we would all be very in favor of that. I would love that if more people from the the bottom to the 50% bracket were accumulating more capital, investing it better. I think that would be
Well, this is what wait, but companies are forcing this, right? So like when I first started working, you didn't automatically opt in to 401k. Now, by default, I think most companies, if they have a 401k plan, you're
gotta
opted
opt in.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but
that's a big point.
Hold on. Let me elucidate this completely. This also hurts the company. So when we paint all companies as these evil corporations, the opt-in policy on 401k is detrimental to the companies because they have a 401k match. But they're doing this to try and help people that aren't financially literate learn that, hey, there's this thing called a 401k you should be investing in for your retirement. So these people aren't all these evil people. They're literally losing money to implement this policy to help people.
Yeah, so I would generally be in favor of like companies defaulting to people being opted in. I think that's a better option. Although there is some research that's come out recently that basically says that even people who are default opted in tend to cash out early and like not wait until retirement. They take the penalties. They take there's a lot of
financial. It's bad financial literacy for sure.
Again, exactly. So look, JSU Gambit, I think you and I could get together on this, right? Like I would love like widespread financial literacy campaigns. Like I want to take anybody who has any money at all and like make sure that they know what to do with it, right? That's awesome. But I'm not convinced that it gets the heart of the issues that we're really fighting about. So maybe some people in this call think that we should make it harder for people who are poor or middle income to accumulate wealth. I don't think that's true. I think maybe that's true. Somebody fight with me on it. I don't know.
Just to clarify, I hadn't actually considered it as a barrier. I thought it was meant to be more like an incentive to get people financially literate. You guys brought that up, and thanks for bringing that up. I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like people spend their money illogically, but I think like trying to help them can make things worse. So you're gonna have to like really analyze like what your goal is and what the problem is, like what the goal is, like what are you trying to like accomplish relative to the phenomena you observe, and it's a lot more complicated than just like even something as like kind of like a band-aid like taxing billionaires and shit.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
I think it takes like true education, and like I said, education is hard, right? I did fucking Calc 3, and I took out a credit card with an interest loan with an interest amount of like 25.9% when I first graduated, and I was spending money on this card, which is idiotic, right? But I understood what interest was. So it's like it's both. Like we need the financial literacy, but the reason why we was rejecting the barrier is because people also need to learn and comprehend those things, and like it's complicated because also like the less money you have, the less you're gonna be like able to learn these things or able to like really like sit back and look at it. So I agree that it's a terribly hard problem, but I think just trying to push financial literacy as much as we can is like the only option that we have. Like capital is going to always, in any system that has freedom, is going to land in the hands of the smallest amount of people as time goes on, right? Like that's the Pareto principle, blah blah blah, right? So if we want, we can advocate for more social safety net policy. I was a big Andrew Yang fan. Unfortunately, all of my friends on the left were like anti-UBI, which is idiotic to me, but that was the reality. But so yeah, we can advocate for political things. I advocate for all types of systemic changes, but we have problems where one, people don't have financial literacy, and two, they don't advocate for the policies that would actually help them.
Well, so my question,
financial literacy. What are we talking about? Like, can you give some examples on what you would consider financial literacy? Because there's like what could potentially be financial literacy is a super broad topic.
I think. Oh no, Gambit, go. I'm sorry.
For sure. A lot of things. So one, understanding compounding interest that affects us as far as debt. and it affects us as far as like investment. So there's that. There's also understanding all the different type of investment options. Hey, this is a CD. It's going to give you a very small return, but it's also going to be pretty consistent over time. So if you want to conservatively invest, this might be something you want to do. Hey, here's ETFs. Here's direct stocks is ridiculous if you're not a robot almost. So you're probably going to lose your money if you try to invest directly in stock. You should use a mutual or index fund, blah, blah, blah. So all of the knowing the amount of available financial options we have is important.
Well, I think it's a bit more. I don't know. Like, we'd have to identify like how these things affect people immediately, and I think approaching it from there, because any type of financial literacy you're going to want to implement is going to have to be offset to schools. So you're going to have to pitch that idea within the curriculum in such a way where you have financial literacy as it relates to a K through 5 student, financial literacy as it relates to a 6 through 8 student, and then financial literacy as it relates to a 9 through 12. And those groups are vastly different when it comes to
I think it should be a college
money.
elective. I don't think there's a way to do it.
No, you need
I
to
don't
do
think
it
there's a way
no.
to do it at the high school level. I don't think
Well,
that's
by the
realistic.
time, but
No, but
by
that's
the
the
time they're in
problem
high
is
school,
that
they're already participating in the economy at that point.
Right.
Like you're gonna get kids,
No, for
you're gonna
sure.
get people
Not-
participating in the economy at like as early as 15 in some states.
And
So
well
you got
over
to do it like
50% of over 50% of Americans don't go to college at all. So that would be
yeah.
wouldn't be
Well,
helpful to a large
that's the danger, right? Like this is why I'm kind of concerned because I think people also, when it comes to financial literacy as it relates to Americans, have a really poor clock. Like when you enter into the education system as a 6-year-old, you're going to participate in the economy in 9 years. That's not a lot of time. So, and
about-
then you have to
so,
figure out like,
what do you
how
guys-
do I get this individual who could potentially participate in the economy and are able to earn money in a way that they can do it and understand things in not only in a responsible manner, but in an equitable manner and a way that's
I
consistent
don't
to the
think
reality
it's
that they're going to see.
realistic.
So
I don't think people value sacrifice enough at those levels to not be ridiculously impulsive. So I think
Isn't
there's a
that
maturity problem.
That's fine. You can still put word in their head though, that or a bug in their head about what it's about, like kind of trying to educate them ahead of time.
So to be clear, I'm not against putting it at lower levels. I think it's going to be horribly inefficient and wasteful. I'm not against it though. I think giving information is always good, right? So I'm not against anything that Joe said. I'm saying that I don't think that would be effective, and I think it'd be most effective at like the collegiate level.
No, but GSU by the time, but by the
Like-
time you get to college, you're already set in your ways. You already have a lot of your values. So this would be something that would need to be instilled, and not just one time, but like at least I want to say every year. I mean, I would be in favor of every single year, but at least like 3 or 4 times throughout the child's upbringing, there should have to take a class on that. Each time it will be more in depth, wherever the case may
Yeah,
be.
but until those things are real and have real world consequence, like I'm just I am projecting a lot, and I want to really admit that so y'all understand where I'm coming from. There's a lot of projection in everything that I'm saying, for sure, absolutely. But like you can have those, mock stock games where you give people currency and they try to follow. Like I'm not against those things, but since they have no real world consequences, to me, they're not.
What do you
that
mean, no
valuable.
real world consequences? What do you mean?
Like
by
you're
that?
not losing anything. You're not materially invested in them at all. And when you're not materially invested, it's hard to draw like literacy financially from things that you aren't materially invested in.
Wait, Gambit, I think I can get you on an idea, right? Like, I'm not necessarily I think. Okay, I don't know how to word this thought, so I'm gonna try to go through it the best I can. Like, I know that the average school lunch debt is somewhere floating around $150 to $200, depending on what state you're in. I don't think there's any state right now that's at $200 per student on average, but like the school lunch debt is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And then we also at the same time have like, I think it's something like 1.5 or like 1.5 million students who can't afford school meals. So like it seems like one way that you could teach financial literacy in schools and put it in some type of threshold in a way that's like in a safer environment is just giving students lunch money budgets. Like, and then within that, you can have the constant dedicated effort of teaching how to responsibly use that money across an entire school year. Now that's not the perfect thing in the world, right? But I think it's
Yeah.
possible. But that would also require like schools openly acknowledging that this is a loss. Because I think that you want to put like, we understand that students need food, but maybe there's a way we can artificially manufacture the idea of investing and saving in an environment that they have to be in anyway. And then like, even if they are spending this absorbent amount of debts, then the state just eats the cost. Because
No,
like
but
even if you take a
no,
state
but
like, oh, go for it. Yeah, what's up?
No, but like a school, the whole purpose of schooling, like everything doesn't have to be real world. Like you don't have to have a real loss to learn about financial literacy. Like we don't do this like any other subject, saying, hey, you have to have the real world experience. Now, yes, once you get older and you actually have your real money, it hits a little different when you actually lose your money when you make a bad investment, of course. But to say that we should wait until then and then skip over 10 years, during these 10 years we could have been teaching you all about stocks, all about CDs and compound interest and real estate investments, like all this education we could have been adding to you, so once you get to that point you can make a much more better informed decision. To say that because it's not real we should just skip over it, that just seems
Wait,
ridiculous.
I didn't say we should skip over, right? I agree with y'all that we can have this stuff. I said I think it's gonna be not as world changing as is being projected. But like I'm very soft to what Joe just said. Like I'm a very big person that believes in like giving your kids some kind of debit card and having them manage like some kind of allowance, which is kind of similar to what Joe was proposing with the school lunches and stuff. So I am absolutely a fan of introducing scenarios to people in order to help them learn. I'm not against that.
So
For
yeah, so
sure.
take for instance, like
So
let's
go ahead, Joe.
say,
I do want to let in Eucharist at some point. He did have something to say. I haven't forgotten you,
yeah,
buddy. Go ahead, Joe.
like let's say
No,
there's
let
a
Joe go.
situation, yeah, like let's say there's a situation where you allocate I'm just gonna throw out a number for the sake of numbers, so don't like don't get too invested in the number I'm gonna say, okay?
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
let's say it's like a $200 school fund that every student has at the start of their school year. Like once they hit the age of 6 or 4 or 5, depending on your state, like you get $200 in a school account, and that school account gains interest over time. Now, let's say in the early days, that is in the sort of control and facility of your parents, because obviously, like, I mean,
Yeah.
we like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, so maybe from like K through like 5, and then at 6, you get like maybe there's a little bit of a release of that to the student, right? So let's say there's a school dance, right? And instead of paying the $10 towards the school dance that your parents would do, you just use that within your school fund. And then let's say there's also like other types of incentives that might exist within that school fund. So for example, if there's an opening for some type of position at, we'll say, 6th, 7th, or 8th, well, really like 9th grade, I should say, 8th or 9th, depending on your state, then let's say like you work X amount of hours in the pool as a lifeguard, and then you put money towards that school fund. That money goes into your school fund as like additional currency that you could use. And then let's say you have the option, like not even the option, I'd say like it's your 18th birthday, like that just cashes out immediately. And that's like physical cash. I think if we were to do that for like 1 year, or when I say year, I'm talking about the full encapsulation of a student from K through 12. So like that like group as a sample, and be like, okay, let's see what we got. Like we over invested on the financial future of this entire sample size, which will say is like argue the entire district, and to see kind of how it works.
But what is that going to teach them?
Well, you can incorporate different things. You can teach the idea of investing, or not even ideas of investing. You can teach investing depending on the amount of leeway you give. You can teach interest, because you can even make a system where these things recur interest over time. So you can assess your like how your account has gained interest across your academic school year. You can track expenditures. So you can even create it so it's a system where you can make the expenditures openly available to the student at the high school level. So then you can have an investment class where you're literally part of your project is balancing your own student account and understanding like these are the expenditures that I did. This is how my interest worked within my school account. And then when you're in the real world, you have an example, a workable example of like when I was in school, I had this school account. When I was 18, it cashed out. And then what I'm going to do with this X amount of money, I just deposit it into my savings account or into my checking account. So now I have something of like I think you would be setting students in a way where they have amount of cash physically for themselves within the system that we're forcing them into from 5 to 16. But then also you're giving them like a real life experience with savings and how you can save and invest your money, but in a framework that is very predictable, which I think wouldn't be a bad thing. But then again, these like a lot of
So I know you said don't harp on the number, so I'm not focused on the number, but I don't think it would be. I don't think we would get the benefit that you want unless it was, I don't want to say a substantial amount. Like right now, I'm just thinking like maybe $1,000 a year. But then again, I don't feel comfortable putting $1,000 a year in the hands of a child I don't think it's necessary to teach them about finance.
This is why I say you keep it in the confines of the school. So the expenditures that you have within this account would only be able to be used within the school as large. So for example, something that you could do, for instance, if you have a Disney, like for example, one of the popular things at Jersey we do is like going from one piece of shit state to another piece of shit state. So we love going to Florida. And something that we do is like the Disney trip. So like maybe there's a way to be like, hey, like the Disney trip per person is $500. In my school account, there's $475. So what can I do within the confines of the school in order to earn that money to go towards that? Now, obviously, you might have situations where parents just front the money anyway, but I think it's something that even would be kind of cool. It's like, hey, like you are working, say, in some type of job within the school system, you're earning this money, and then you use this money for something that you can physically see, which is your school trip at the end of the year or something like that.
So I think
Or
what
your
you're getting
prom,
at,
for
Joe,
instance.
is something that we do see, and I even had this problem. And I think what you're getting at is kids don't understand how much things cost, and then as adults, you make really dumb, impulsive decisions. And if they could see, hey, I have this amount of money and I'm paying this much of it to the Disney trip, I'm paying this much of it to the prom, like that would prep them to make smarter decisions in adulthood. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. Because I think one of the things that I've seen time and time again is students, because of the nature of how like higher education is sort of structured, they don't really feel the costs of the things that they purchase. And this kind of exists somewhere around, if I had to make like a guesstimate, somewhere around like 13 or 14, when like parents start giving more sort of responsibility and financial responsibility. And something that I think parents can't do alone is have those conversations about not only investing, but how to manage your money, because we're all imperfect. So I don't think that we should offset like all of the information about like how we should save our money to parents. I think it has to be a collaborative effort where it's like, yes, your parents' experience will have value, but it's not the be all end all. So they're like exposing them to different perspectives within an educational environment, and then they can like physically see the repercussions of actions, and then or even just like the idea of what money is. Because like I'm tired of seeing my college, my now colleagues, because once my like students I have graduate, I consider them colleagues, especially within music. Like I'm tired of like these musicians like blowing money on, and like say like an alto saxophone, like a $7,000 saxophone for college, and then not knowing how to maintain that instrument. Or then I start seeing them like literally sell the very thing they bought a couple months ago, where it's like, okay, something's going on here that maybe the system should try to tackle.
So there's financial literacy, but that doesn't actually solve, like the larger economic problems. I think like this is kind of an easy thing to do that like doesn't require totally restructuring our system, right? Like I mean, you won't find me disagreeing with more financial literacy, right? Like I wish I had known certain things when I was younger. Would have been very beneficial to me now at this point in my life, right? And I wish other people within my community knew those things. And to help build wealth, especially in the Black community, we need more tools to be building wealth, to become more self-sufficient. So I love that, right? You will never find me arguing against that. But like the focus of the conversation was, on billionaires and their corrosive effect on our system. Like this is sure we can teach people to build wealth here, but like if that wealth is then stolen because the tax system and other mechanics of our economy are built in such a way that it funnels money up to the top, well then like how what good is it? If those billionaires engineer another crash to the economy, right, in which they get bailed out, right, and the rest of us lose a generation of wealth, well, then we've accomplished very nothing. Like, yes, almost nothing. You've taught these kids, here's where to invest. Here's how compound interest works, right? But that 401k that you're talking about, you got to cash that out because you're about to get evicted because the housing market crashed again or something like that.
Prime, hold on, wait. Because I'm assuming everybody's opinion here. You're not going to get anyone to disagree that we shouldn't bail out capitalist businesses when they go under, right? The purpose of capitalism is, hey, if I take the risk, I should have the spoils from the growth. If you then offset my losses with corporate welfare, then now I'm not responsible for any losses, and I'll become more and more like ridiculous over time in what I'm willing to invest in. You're not going to draw any disagreements, I assume, from anyone on this panel that corporate bailouts of capitalist companies is silly, right?
Oh,
Like nobody's going to disagree with that.
I think it's silly. I am a firm believer of businesses failing. I think businesses failing is one of the most healthiest things that can happen to an economy.
I think
but maybe that's maybe agreeing with that. I don't know.
a big problem.
You go, Axel, but that's not exactly what I was going for. But Axel,
Yeah,
please go ahead.
what I was gonna say was the problem isn't necessarily the bailouts themselves. It's the people in power who are constantly preserving their wealth in the case of recession and financial crashes. The 2008 recession, for instance, we did close up some loopholes, but then they were gradually unraveled over the course of years under the Obama administration.
But we haven't even recovered from the recession either. So.
Yeah, and the reason, if you think about it, the reason we never recovered was because the government as an institution didn't have the authority or power to close up all those loopholes, to allow these bailouts to happen, because there's so much strong lobbying that exists in our government. And I think the issue, for me personally, it's not necessarily that billionaires exist. It's that billionaires have such a strong foothold in our government, and that's the issue that
So, Axel,
a lot of us want to remove.
Axel, do you think if those companies didn't think they would be bailed out, they would have issued loans that were impossible to be repaid? I think that people become more ridiculous in their practices if they think there's a entity as strong as the government that's willing to cover their losses, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And
in 2008, right? So when we're looking at the Great Recession, the collapse of 2008, there was, so what you're talking about there is something called moral hazard, right? And that's the idea that if you are not punished for your risk taking, you take more and more risk, right? And we see that with more or less everything. The problem with 2008, though, is that the bailouts, a lot of companies didn't believe that they were going to get bailed out. A lot of companies just believe that, or a lot of institutions just believe that the bubble would never stop, right? That fundamentally something had changed. And this is what we believe in every bubble, right? This is what we believe in every peak. We believe that now. We believe that in 2008. We believe that always, right? That this time is different. This bubble is different. And people are incentivized to take more and more risks, largely because of fear of missing out and because it's rational to take those risks, right? So in 2007, my girlfriend at the time, her family was building 3 houses, right? They were not wealthy people. They were actually making money as wedding photographers, right? This was a husband and wife making with a small business doing wedding photos. And they were building, they had taken out loans speculating to build 3 houses, right? They got caught, 2008 collapsed. They lost a shitload of money, right? But if they timed it just slightly better, right? I mean, people were crazy. I don't know if anyone actually remembers, right? I'm old. I'm probably the oldest person on this panel. But if people remember what it was like in 2007, 2006, people were flipping houses. People were doing things like my ex-girlfriend's family, where they were, I mean, this was a middle class. These were middle class people, right? These were like $50,000 a year people building 3 houses as speculation. Like things were out of control. You had the ninja loans. You had like just, there was a lot going on. And just to say that this is, there's a lot of kind of conspiratorial thinking, right? That this was the elite trying to keep everybody down, that this was the government protecting the fat cats and the businesses. This was a pervasive thing that was touching everybody. And a lot of it actually had very good intentions, right? A lot of what fueled 2008 was a desire to open the door for first-time homeowners, especially lower middle class first-time homeowners.
But
right,
you
and there
agree
were a
that
lot of.
the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Just because
I would agree. I would agree with that, but I think that there was
they had good
actually a
intentions
legitimate.
doesn't mean they weren't being like widely irrational. And I agree with you that a lot of people are not as adverse to risk as they should be, but I think in the concept of the large corporations is because time and time again we've enforced this ridiculous idea of too big to fail, which is what they were saying in 2007 and 2008, though, right? So I do think a lot of people who are extremely wealthy think that because they take up certain sizes of our economy and they've prophesized that if they die, then it could be the risk of the USA is collapsing. They've like popularized those ideas, and that's why our Congress reacts the way that it does, and that's why they act the way that they do. So it's like
I actually think
self-feeding.
I want to put an idea in there because I hear a lot of people. I know that this is a super popular narrative, right? It's a super popular worldview, but I actually think it's wrong. I think that the biggest change that we've seen over the last, maybe 30 years even, is more and more people. It's the 401k. It's the retirement plan, right? So before the 90s, earlier in our history, most people's retirement were pension funds,
Yes, for sure.
right? And there was in the 90s, there was a huge fear that pension funds wouldn't be able to pay out, right? That we were like all of these retirement funds were going to fail, right? And that we couldn't. We were hearing about Social Security failing. Everything was going to fail. Our entire retirement system was going to fail. What they ended up doing was shifting more and more of it from pension funds that were funded internally to a company to 401ks and stock market investment, right?
Agreed.
And what you ended up having is almost every American's retirement money is all tied up in the stock market, right? Huge amounts of money are tied up in the stock market, and not just for rich people, for middle class people, right?
Agreed.
Their entire retirement is stuck there. And if the market collapses now, you're not just going to be fucking rich people. You're not just going to be fucking, risk takers. You're going to be fucking every single person who needs that retirement money, which is a huge segment of the population. And that makes it even more devious because you can't let the market collapse, right? We can't let it happen
Well,
because
the
we're going to
thing
be
is, the money that those corporations needed to set aside to be able to pay those pensions was also tied up economically as well, right? Like, you can't pay pensions to all of your workers in 60 years if you don't have some kind of growth model like the stock market to put that
Wait.
money to be able to pay out. So, regardless of whether it's the individual, like, it can be the individual workers, or it could be the company going under and then they don't get pension because the company they worked at went under. So regardless, it's going to be tied to some idea in our culture that has economic increase, and the stock market is like the biggest version of that, right?
right.
Like, or it's
Yeah.
going to be those companies have real estate and they're expecting real estate prices to go up by so much so that when their workers are retiring, they're able to pay them out. It's going to be tied to something that's related to economic growth, right? So even if it's not the individual investors, the company itself still would have that same burden.
Well, so Gambit, you talked about like the bailouts, and on the surface, I would also disagree with the bailouts, but I'm just thinking like if you look at a company like Amazon, right? Like they
Mhm.
have web services, they do deliveries, like they're in like everything. Like so, like what would happen next week if Amazon said they're going out of business? Like there's like hypothetically like all the shipping that would be affected, all the web services that would be affected, all these areas of our society that would be affected.
What
Is
would
that
happen is
is that
Google
What was your
Cloud
cost?
would explode.
What was your
Google
question
Cloud would
again?
go crazy. Azure would go crazy. People would migrate to that and they try to replicate what Amazon did and they try to iterate on the failings. So I'm not this person that believes if one company, no matter how influential they are, if they go under, their ideas that they created aren't lost. So people will have the ability to replicate them. Being the first Amazon is far harder than being the second, third, fifth, 19th.
All right, guys. So that was getting into the weeds a little bit there. I have that. So my ideas on this, my finishing thoughts. I have to get some sleep, so I had to cut out a little bit early. My finishing thoughts on this. Here's the thing. I like the ideas about education and educating people on financial literacy, things like that. But the problem is that we don't fund schools enough for that to be a thing. We have to fix that problem as well. And I also don't think that I think there's a section of the population that wants to keep a certain amount of the population down. They want to keep a certain amount of the population struggling and indebted to them, right? So teaching everybody the magic tricks that they know is not going to be something that they're going to be that they're not going to fight against. They're going to try to stop that from going into schools, and they can do that by underfunding schools. They can do that by in many different ways. So there's that. And then also the stock market is ridiculous right now. It doesn't reflect not only the lives and the financial situation of regular American citizens, your middle class, your lower class, your working class people. Not only that, but it's completely divorced from the metrics of gauging the value of a company. So you see that with the GameStop stocks, right? They artificially inflated them, and people do this all the time. Like hedge funds will do this. They'll artificially inflate something and then all sell at once, or and then people who get left behind get fucked in the whole situation. So it's always a gamble and things like that too. As far as the too big to fail thing, I don't give a shit, man. Like if there is so many people that are invested with 401ks and stuff like that. So and a company fails, what that company should do is it should bankrupt that fucking CEO and bankrupt the board in order to pay the 401ks back to the individual people who are working in that company, because we give too much power. They're like, oh, we can't be in trouble for this. We can't fail. So like, just bail us out, and then we're going to pay off dividends to our CEOs so that they make billions of dollars, and the people that are in our company get screwed. They just have to fucking deal with the losses and all of that stuff. It's just ridiculous. But I had a lot of fun talking on the panel tonight. I'm going to try to do that every Monday. But as of right now, I think it is time for me to sign off. Starting to get a little hazy in the eyes, just starting to get a little tired. So thanks for coming on tonight, guys, and watching, and we'll talk to you next time. Yeah.